Drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up on 5 Live Sports Extra, the ICC T20 World Cup. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Bowser! 6 wickets for Amy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming.
Hi, I'm David Warner. Join me for every ball,
Pull shot, struck it nicely, straight to the field, gets another wicket.
every catch,
Fielder comes in and takes the catch.
and every big hit.
Hits this high, far. Are you kidding me? Whips it for 6. What a shot.
The world's best cricketers hitting our shores. The Men's T20 World Cup is coming to you.
ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
The 2022 T20 World Cup.
Pushed to the offside for 4. What a shot. What a way to win the game. What an innings. He's over mid-wicket. That's a big one. Into the top deck for 6.
The T20 World Cup.
Could be a chance of a catch. Fielder running in. Takes a brilliant diving catch. His way in and clean ball. Straight through it. This time he swats it up in the air. Cuts it all the way for 6.
Over the wicket. Cuts. Backward at point. That's 4. Play drives.
Powerfully. Cover in mid-off. Don't move. They watch the ball race past them.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
Live on ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen.
Was my punt to Jadigan with bowling. He's got a hat-trick. Kartik Moyappan has got a hat-trick at the World Cup.
Your home of cricket.
ABC Sport.
The home of cricket.
Welcome to the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital, and across the BBC.
Hello and welcome to Grandstand Cricket. It's opening day of the Super 12 stage of the Men's T20 World Cup. And I've just been attacked by a very vicious spider down here on the boundary rope in front of the Bradman stand at the Sydney Cricket Ground alongside former Australian fast bowler Stuart Clark. I'm Andrew Moore. We're on the playing surface or just on the boundary edge as we await this clash between defending champion Australia and New Zealand. Great friends, but also great rivals. We'll get to the toss in a moment with captains Aaron Finch and Kane Williamson. It's a sellout here at the SCG. The crowd, they're a little slow to develop. There'll be 20-odd thousand inside the ground with the first ball 13 minutes away. The weather, it's Sydney. You keep your fingers, toes, everything crossed, but at the moment it's fine. What cloud cover there is, and it's extensive enough, but it's very high. There's no immediate threat of rain, which is the good news. Nice to have your company by ABC Radio on the BBC 5 Sports Extra or on the ABC Listen app. Matt Lynch and Sydney Thunder BBL skipper Chris Green are waiting to call the opening exchanges up in the box. This is a Group 1 game, and in this group we have Australia, New Zealand, England, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka and Ireland who get through the qualifying stage. Group 2 features Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, South Africa, Zimbabwe and the Netherlands, each team to play 5 games within their group over the next 2 weeks, and the top 2 teams from each group advance to the semi-finals in Adelaide and Sydney before the final at the MCG. Let's get into it. Stuart Clark, How are you?
G'day, Andy. G'day, everybody. Oh, look, I don't know about the weather. I think the weather's great. It's a balmy evening here in Sydney. Plenty of people in the house ready to watch a great game of cricket. The New Zealanders and the Australians, great rivalry. I'm looking forward to it. There's a little bit of, I can just sort of sense a bit of excitement amongst the crowd. People are anticipating a cracking game of cricket.
Yeah, there's a buzz here for sure, and it's just the whole process of getting in is taking a while for everybody, including those seeking media accreditation. But we're here and we're ready to rumble. Australia, New Zealand. Speaking of ready to rumble, so are Aaron Finch and Kane Williamson, the two captains, as we get you down to the toss.
First round of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup is done. We're into the Super 12 phase, and it's Australia up against New Zealand. Aaron Finch is here alongside Kane Williamson. Chris Broad is our ICC match referee. Aaron, you have the coin.
Tails.
Tails the call.
We don't have a bowl, mate.
Cheers. Aaron, you're going to have a bowl. Tell me why.
There's obviously a little bit of weather around, but we feel as though the wicket gets better and better here as the game goes on.
How's the preparation the last few days been?
Yeah, really good. We had a really solid hit out a couple of days ago and then an optional training yesterday, so the boys are ready to go.
You feel any pressure playing at home, trying to go back-to-back in this tournament?
Anytime you represent Australia or anytime you play in a World Cup, you feel pressure. So that's the same for all sides, I think. Everyone comes here with great expectations and ultimately only one team walks away happy.
But the crowd behind you, I guess that will make a difference to you throughout the tournament.
Absolutely. We've always had amazing support and, we're looking forward to some big crowds.
Rather than run through the 11, can you tell me the 4 that you've left out tonight?
Steve Smith, Kane Richardson, Cameron Green and Ashton Agar.
All right, put a show on for the crowd.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Kane, you've got to have a bat first. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, we would have had a bowl as well for very similar reasons, but looks like a reasonable surface, so we make use of it first time.
How have your preparations been since you've been down here from Brisbane?
There's been a little bit of weather around. I think that's been the case for everybody, but guys have been working hard and training hard, so it's been nice, and it's nice to get started.
New Zealand's record against Australia in Australia hasn't been great. How do you resurrect that? How do you get over that tonight?
Yeah, I guess there's no changing the past, but for us it's, trying to focus on what's important to our game. We're at a tournament, everything's new and it's fresh, and it's coming into it with that mindset and looking to, really commit to our plans.
All right, and your 4 players that you've left out?
Guptill, Milne, Mitchell and Bracewell.
All right, put on a show. Good luck tonight.
Cheers, thanks.
There you go. That's the situation. Aaron Finch has won the toss for Australia here in Sydney. They're going to bowl first.
And that's Simon Doull, former New Zealand opening bowler, as part of the host broadcaster at the toss. So Aaron Finch wins the toss, sends New Zealand into bat as he did all 3 times against England in that recent series in Perth and Canberra. The Australian team will be Aaron Finch, Dave Warner, who's recovered from a neck injury, Mitchell Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, Tim David, Marcus Stoinis, Matty Wade, the only keeper now in the Australian squad, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazelwood and Adam Zampa. The New Zealand team, to be captained by Kane Williamson, features Devon Conway, who's their keeper, Finn Allen, the 23-year-old from Auckland, Williamson, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, James Neesham, Mitch Satner, Tim Southey, Lockie Ferguson, Ish Sodhi and Trent Bolt. That's how they will line up. As Simon Doull alluded to in that toss interview, Stewie, it's been a long time between drinks for New Zealand. They haven't won in Australia since 2011. They've lost 2 T20s, 7 ODIs, and 6 tests here without a victory. Does that play in your mind?
Well, look, it probably does, but that said, look, it's a new tournament. I actually give New Zealand a hope tonight. I think Australia, obviously, they've got a world-class team. They've got players that can, take the game away from you in an over or two. But I look at New Zealand as a team. They've got players that on their day can really do some damage, especially with the ball. The question mark is going to be the batting. Can the batting find a way to get enough runs to put the Australians under pressure? Because as you go through those 2 orders, I look at the Australian team and they're just guys that, we're talking about Glenn Maxwell off air, and he can come out and win the game in 3 overs. So Australia are littered with that through the order. Can New Zealand match it with them is my question.
Well, they played in the final a year ago and Kane Williamson scored 85 in that final for New Zealand. It didn't turn out to be quite enough. But are they key, some of the guys we've been seeing out here for years, like Trent Bolt and Tim Southey, and indeed in terms of the batting, Kane Williamson?
Kane Williamson, absolutely. We know how damaging and whatnot. You're a world-class player, no question about that. I think Bolt holds a big key because he swings that new ball, and that new ball, we've seen how much trouble Aaron Finch has been in with Trent Bolt and what he does to him. They've got quality players. Look, I think on their night they can beat Australia, but if you played them 10 times, Australia would probably win more than they lose.
Would New Zealand mind batting first?
I think they would have to bat it second to know how many they've got to get. It's always hard when you come out. We don't know, first match of the tournament type thing for these 2 teams. How many's enough? There's a short boundary towards the eastern side of the ground. Is the dew going to be a factor later on? We don't know. All of those questions that need to be answered. Let's see.
What can we expect from an SCG pitch being used for the first time this season?
I think it'll be a fraction slow. It's still fairly early. It's only October in Australia at the moment, so it hasn't been an overly hot start to the summer as the players sort of walk out onto the field. But very much, I think it'll be a fraction slow. I'm actually worried about batting second, to be fair for the Australians, if it is slow wicket.
I'll tell you what is hot. Those pyrotechnics going off just behind us in the concourse area. That does add a bit of heat.
A little bit scary for you there, Andy.
No, not as scared as I was of the spider. Encroached on my notepad a little bit earlier. Players are coming out and in front of the Australian and New Zealand flags ahead of the anthems here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, which is filling up. The members and ladies stands reaching capacity. Looking down to the far end of the ground, the Randwick end, the Clive Churchill stand would be about half full. The Trumper stand more significantly occupied than that, at about half full. The O'Reilly stand to our left as well.
I was wondering how you're seeing that through the smoke haze.
I think that's the stand.
The old daytime fireworks just sends a nice cloud of smoke across the ground, as you do with a lot of games these days. But I think both teams, they'll be a little bit nervous. It won't be just turn up and do your stuff. There'll be some tension in all the bodies out there.
Just quickly, what did you make of the week-long qualifying round for this stage? Sri Lanka made it by the skin of their teeth. West Indies missed out.
I watched a few of the games. The West Indies, they're rocks and diamonds, aren't they? You look at them and you think, this team's littered with talent. Just didn't deliver on the biggest stage. Sri Lanka, I think Sri Lanka, the question marks about their cricket team at the moment, but
let's get to the national anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
We are minutes away from the start of the crucial stage of the T20 Men's Cricket World Cup here at the SCG. Andrew Moore alongside Stuart Clark up to the broadcast box in a moment. So New Zealand batting first after being set in by Australian captain Aaron Finch. What's a competitive tally for the Kiwis? What will the Black Caps be looking for here?
Oh, I think they'll be around that 170 mark. I know that we could probably, as I said, be slow. I think anything under 170 in the way T20 cricket's played today, it's just not enough. That said, if you look at the history of T20 cricket at the SCG, maybe you're looking at a little bit higher than that, but I think it's just early in the season to think the wicket's going to be that good.
Who do you reckon will open the bowling for Australia? Because they've really mixed it around a bit in the three-tournament series.
Yeah, it's a bit like they pulled out of a barrel who'll have a lash this week. So if it was me, I'd go with Mitchell Starc and I'd go with Josh Hazlewood. I think they're the tried and tested. Paddy Cummins obviously world-class, but for me, I'd like to see that left arm and the right arm, just something a bit different.
All right, Stewie, buckle in, mate. This is going to be good fun, not only today, but over the next few weeks. So New Zealand about first. The Australians on their way to the middle, along with the umpires Adrian Holdstock and Kumar Dharmasena. So let's head up to the broadcast box as this grand old girl, the SCG, begins to fill. Matt Clinch, good evening to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Stuart. Good evening to everyone. Great to be with you from a sold-out SCG, where the support staff are making their way off from the middle and the Australian players are going through their final preparations ahead of this opening match of the Super 12 of the T20 World Cup. Josh Hazlewood is marking up his run out at one end and Mitchell Starc at the other. So we imagine it'll be most likely Mitchell Starc who'll get the new ball from the Randwick end here at the SCG. Great to be joined in commentary by Sydney Thunder captain, CPL champion, Chris Green. Welcome to you. Great to have you on ABC Sport.
Good evening, Matt. Great to be here. I'm excited. What a clash. The World Cup final rematch from last World Cup and at the SCG. No better place to play cricket.
It's been such a big build-up. We've seen all the excitement of the sides trying to qualify for this stage last week. Some of the matches taking place from Geelong and from Tasmania. Now we get to some of the big sides who finally get their opportunity. And Australia, who are defending their World Cup title, they'll look to become the first side to do so if they're victorious, and the first home side to try and claim victory here against New Zealand, a side who are dreaming to go one better, having been the finalists last season. As Andrew ran you through the two teams, who do you feel like has the stronger lineup heading into tonight's match?
Look, it's hard to go past the Aussies' recent form. They've been playing very good cricket. Bowling first, wanting to see what this wicket does play like. The boys spoke about, it is a new wicket here at the SCG. They'll want to assess the conditions very quickly. They get to see how the New Zealand batters go about the business for our batters. So I think the Aussies come into this match as favourites. Compared to the previous World Cup, they probably went under the radar as underdogs and they came up victorious. So home tournament, let's hope it's similar to that one-day World Cup that we saw them win here on home soil not too long ago.
So Mitchell Starc has the ball from the Randwick end here at the SCG. Finn Allen, the 23-year-old right-hand bat, starts to mark up his guard. One of the most exciting short format players, boasting a power play strike rate of around 156. So he's shown of all the batters that if he can get off to a promising start, this is, of course, since 2021, that he's one to be certainly mixed with. And Devon Conway at the other end, the 31-year-old left-hand batter, in his 29th T20 International, 941 runs. And he's also been in good form with an average of around 65 since the last Cricket World Cup. So the two batters are getting ready, and Mitchell Starc has the ball in hand. Aaron Finch alongside Matthew Wade at slip, Glenn Maxwell at backward point, Tim David at point, Marcus Stoinis at extra cover, David Warner at mid-off, Pat Cummins at mid-on, and Mitch Marsh is at mid-wicket, and down at backward square leg is Adam Zampa. So, of course, the power play with the two fielders in the deep. So, at the moment, it's backward square leg with Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood down at deep third. So, no team has ever won back-to-back men's T20 World Cups, and the tournament has ever seen a win by the host nation. Australia looking to change that. Mitchell Starc comes in, bowls the first delivery, and is driven by Allen straight down to mid-on where Pat Cummins does the fielding.
As expected, you see Starc bowling that fuller delivery to Finn Allen just to see if there's swing. Not much swing on offer, just that natural angle from the left-hander, but it'd be interesting to see how full Starc goes this set, just to see how much swing is on offer early on for the Aussies.
Of course, memories of the 2015 World Cup where Mitchell Starc got Australia off to a flyer, so he's proved he is a man who can start on a high. The left armour coming in from the Randwick end, over the wicket, bowls to Allen, who hits down the ground, over the top of mid-on, the first boundary, one bounce over the rope for four. New Zealand, none for four.
Indeed, he searched full, he missed full, and Finn Allen was up to the task, hits it beautifully down the ground, just extends through the line. There is a tad little bit of straightening swing from Starc, but he's over-pitched there, and the youngster's up to the task.
So Finn Allen's not afraid to use his feet to look to hit down the ground. no doubt his confidence, his nerves will just settle with the first boundary.
And straight away, it's caused a change in field. Aaron Finch comes out of slip. Deep square leg goes back. Deep third man comes into the ring.
New Zealand none for 4 in the first over. As Allen awaits Mitchell Starc. Starc comes in. Short. Hit down. Long over the top. Same direction. Bigger purchase. Into the crowd for 6.
What a statement Finn Allen is making here in the World Cup opener against the Aussies. 4 over the top, and Mitchell Starc drags the length back according to his field. Deep square leg is back, but he holds his shape beautifully, connects out of the middle of that, and sends it deep into that stand.
What a start Finn Allen has. New Zealand flying. They're none for 10 in the first over. And all of a sudden, Aaron Finch just having a bit of a think as to what he can do with his batting power play. Just the 2 fielders outside the circle. Allen on 10. Starc comes in. Bowls to Finn Allen. Full delivery. He digs it out. Down to mid-on. And finally, a dot ball as David Warner does the fielding.
Already pressure on the Aussies. New Zealand striking the first couple of blows, and it's caused Mitchell Starc to go to that off-cutter that he often does. He loves to trust his Yorker when under pressure, and he does have that off-cutter as well. So that one he did the 2-for-1 off-cutter Yorker.
And you imagine we're going to see a lot of that in Australian conditions, aren't we? The variations of pace, the different deliveries at the back of the hand, because we know in Australian conditions, that's where you need the variety. I'm not sure we're going to see that much assistance for the spinners. What do you think?
It's going to be interesting. Typically, we talk at the SCG, even in T20 formats, there is spin-on offer for the spinners. Adam Zampa has a big role to play tonight with the ball skidding through and holding in the wicket.
Cummins has headed to long on as Finn Allen awaits the next delivery. Hit straight back past the bowler. Hit with superb timing and pace. And straight down the ground for 4. Allen moves to 14. Goodness me, none for 14 in the first over.
Full again from Starc, searching for that swing, searching for his Yorker, but Finn Allen looks very strong down the ground. Even with long on in place, it's a straight back past the bowler, picks up his second boundary in this over, second 4, I should say, and it's pressure on Mitchell Starc to try and close out this first over.
New Zealand haven't beaten Australia in any format of cricket since 2011. Finn Allen getting them off to a good start. Short ball from Starc. Allen looking to pull. He gets underneath it. And Matthew Wade eventually takes it on the bubble. So the end of the first over, New Zealand having been sent in by Australia. A none for 14 with Allen on 14 and Conway yet to get off the mark. Matt Clinch and Chris Green with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and, of course, through BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. What a start for New Zealand.
Matt, my heart's going. That was a nervous start for the Aussies. Finn Allen absolutely set that over alight, set the World Cup alight. He's got it underway. We saw the qualifiers. There's a lot of chopping and changing with the results in those matches. The big loss to the West Indies, but Finn Allen's making a statement here at the SCG tonight.
Of course, one of 3 changes for New Zealand from their last World Cup. Lockie Ferguson, Michael Bracewell, and Finn Allen comes in. So look at the improvement. All of a sudden, Martin Guptill doesn't find himself in the best 11, a little bit similar to Steve Smith. And the question as to how do New Zealand go one better than what they did last World Cup? It's going to be Josh Hazlewood who's going to pick up proceedings from the Paddington end here at the SCG. And finally, Devon Conway, who's watched all the fireworks at the other end, gets to face his first delivery. Hazlewood comes charging in, right arm over the wicket, and Conway's able to work it down, fine, and too fine for the fielder at fine leg. He was racing around Adam Zampa, couldn't get there. And New Zealand are none for 18 in the second over.
The boundaries keep coming. There's not too much wrong with that delivery from Hazlewood. He probably just heard a fraction too straight onto the pads of Conway. It was an inside edge of the middle. He was trying to hit it down to fine leg and get off strike, but he picks up a nice boundary to get his innings underway.
Josh Hazlewood has been so damaging for Australia in the first 6 overs. Now, Devon Conway just spotted something late. I think it was a photographer who might have been just walking around the side screen, and he's got the big blue vest on, so not his fault. And Josh Hazlewood was able to pull up, and one of the security guards is just giving him a word of advice. Probably don't walk behind the bowler when he's charging in.
It was a late pull-out too from Conway. You could hear him over the stump mic pulling out. Sorry, trying not to get that delivery bowled in, but yeah, the poor bloke's probably on debut tonight, and he's already made an impact in this World Cup himself.
Josh Hazlewood, the right arm fast medium, comes in over the wicket. Bowl into Conway, who pushes it into the offside, quickly through for the single as Glenn Maxwell's right at the back of the 30-yard circle, so able to get through for a single. So Conway 2-5, New Zealand none for 19 in the second over.
Yeah, a lot of chaos happening early, but the length there that Josh Hazlewood bowled, and it's probably the length he's been successful at. We go back to the last IPL where he made that big impact for RCB, and now coming back into this T20 side, that's where he holds that length, and it's been the length that fast bowlers have gone to, that back of the length, just going above the stumps, the waist high there, and it'll be interesting to see how this SCG wicket takes that length. There could be a little bit of inconsistency in pace and a little bit of inconsistency in bounce. So expect Josh Hazlewood to hang there and challenge Finn Allen to try and hit down the ground off that length.
So deep third and deep square leg. The two fielders in the deep for the Aussies as Josh Hazlewood charges in over the wicket, bowling to Finn Allen, who's rocking back and pulling just forward of Aaron Finch at mid-wicket. They'll quickly take one as Finch races after it and gathers between the 30-yard circle and the rope. So Allen with a single. He moves to 15 and New Zealand none for 20 in the second over.
Couldn't have asked for a better start. And, you know, you spoke about Finn Allen coming into this lineup in replacing Martin Guptill from the years gone by. And it's that exuberance of youth, not fearing failure and taking the game on. It's fantastic to see him doing it straight away here tonight for New Zealand. And I'm sure the Kiwis will be wanting to do that all tournament.
New Zealand none for 20. As Devon Conway looks to come down the wicket, hits in the air, it's wide of the fielder at mid-off. And David Warner races after it as it cannons into the rope for 4. Conway joins the party. He moves to 9. New Zealand none for 24 in the second over.
Very good cricket shot that, Matt. Conway just advances down the wicket. He knows that Josh Hazlewood's probably going to hit that length consistently that everyone knows him for doing, and he looks to come down, meet it earlier and hit down straight through the line, beats Warner at wide and off and picks up a boundary for himself again in this set of 6.
So we've seen the strength of Conway and Allen both looking to hit down the ground. Interesting to see if Aaron Finch makes that adjustment. He's got fine leg and deep third at the moment. As Hazlewood charges in around the wicket, bowls to Conway, back of a length, an inside edge as it trickles behind the stumps. Wade rushes onto it, but they're comfortably able to get through for the single.
Yeah, the change of angle from Hazlewood as well, straight away, coming round the wicket, slip coming out into that extra fielder on the leg side, just trying to tuck him up and minimise the room created for Conway. You can see there's a clear effort there. They want to try and keep the stumps in play, not too full, and try and challenge. And now straight away we see that change again to the right-handed Allen after his damaging shots down the ground. Long on of David Warner's come back and deep square leg.
New Zealand none for 25 with one delivery to come in the second over. Allen on 15, Conway on 10. Hazlewood comes in over the wicket. Allen whips it away through the covers. Beautifully positioned between the two fielders. And New Zealand are off to a flyer here at the SCG. They're none for 29 after 2 overs with Conway on 10 and Allen on 19. Matt Clinch and Chris Green with you on Grandstand Cricket.
And gone are the days of having a look to see what it does early. They're not worried about the fresh wicket at the SCG. Finn Allen and Devon Conway, fast start here to kick off their World Cup campaign. They're entertaining the crowd, and it's great to see. Advancing down the track, both players to Josh Hazlewood. It's not an easy task, but you know, it's that fearless nature that Kane Williamson and New Zealand cricket often talk about. It started with Brendan McCullum in his leadership of the team, and Kane's certainly taken that through, and these two players out there embodying that to start off the first 2 overs.
So Mitchell Stark's first over went for 14. Aaron Finch has decided, righto, let's change this up a bit. Pat Cummins comes into the attack from the Randwick end and trying to find a way to just halt the momentum for New Zealand at the moment. Cummins comes charging in. Bowls to Conway, a little inside edge as he plays it forward of square. Quickly through for the first. That's all they get as racing in is Tim David from the rope. Of course, a couple of changes for the victorious Australian side with Tim David and Cameron Green coming into the Australian squad. Mitchell Swepson and Josh Inglis, the unlucky player to now be out of the Australian squad. So I don't know if you play a bit of golf, don't you?
I do.
Pretty unusual injury, although following in the footsteps of sort of Johnny Bairstow for cricketers getting injured playing golf.
I was going to say, I think that obviously the Big Bash is coming up. I'm giving my golf membership a second thought at the moment. I'm a bit nervous. There's been some freak accidents happening on golf courses, and yeah, it's a sad sad to see Josh Inglis. I'm sure he's gutted to be missing out on the World Cup, but Cameron Green's in great form. Will we see him get a chance at the top of the order?
Pat Cummins comes in over the wicket to almost a catch as Allen was looking to pull it, and the catch is put down by Adam Zampa at short, fine leg. Had the hands to it. A chance for the Australians. And Adam Zampa did drop a couple of catches in the matches in Queensland against the West Indies. Allen just lost the right hand off the bat. Zampa up on his toes, had hands to it, couldn't hang on, and it results in the boundary for New Zealand.
It didn't look great, Matt, but I can tell you that's one of the hardest places to field. It's hard to expect the ball. You don't get any cues, so I feel for him.
Allen to 23. Cummins comes in. Short delivery. Allen hits over the top of mid-off. Across the rope for 4. Oh, you can't give lives in T20 cricket. And Adam Zampa, with his hands on his hips, will be feeling the frustration as Finn Allen moves to 27.
It doesn't matter how experienced you are, how good you are, that hurts. Adam Zampa's hurting, Pat Cummins is hurting. The thought is going, oh, what if, or if only I held on to that catch. But Finn Allen advancing down the track again, hitting over mid-off. He's just hitting all around the ground. He's strong down the ground. He's trusting his game, and he's entertaining.
27 from 10 deliveries, 1, 6 and 5 fours. Pat Cummins comes in to Allen, full delivery outside the off stump. And he's looking to push it out into the covers, but Aaron Finch does the fielding. Some of the Australian crowds, Australian supporters, are happy that all of a sudden a dot ball comes about. We don't see that too often.
I love it. Take me back to my junior cricket days when you hear the kids chirping dot balls get wickets, and hopefully that's the case here for the Aussies. But you know, it gives time for that breather to everyone just to relax and enjoy a dot ball. It's been very, very fast.
New Zealand none for 38. Cummins puts everything in a short delivery. Finn Allen works it over the top of forward square for 6. Short and pulled and given the maximum treatment. Allen to 33 from 12 deliveries. New Zealand none for 44 with 1 ball to come in the 3rd over.
Yeah, Stuart Clark spoke about that short boundary to the leg side as we look down the ground, and from Pat Cummins' end now bowling, and Finn Allen cleared it. It wasn't a big hit, but he's comfortable to take it on with 2 fielders back at backward square and mid-wicket, set up for the plan of the short ball, but the boundary's just not big enough.
Current run rate is about 14 as Pat Cummins comes in full outside the off stump. This time Allen's rocking back in his crease, finding the gap in the covers. They turn and come back for 2 as Aaron Finch chases it down. After 3 overs, New Zealand none for 46, with Finn Allen on 35 and Devon Conway on 11. Matt Clinch and Chris Green with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and through BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
This wicket looks a very good cricket wicket, and Aaron Finch has been going to his big 3 fast bowlers. They've all gone for 14, 15, 17 overs, 17 runs off the over respectively. We see the change now of Marcus Stoinis. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Adam Zampa early on. You know, if Stoinis was to go a similar suit here, the pace looks like it's coming on nicely. Stoinis will probably look to use his slower balls, take the pace off, try and just slow the game a little bit down here. And I think Adam Zampa would be close to getting a call up to bowl in this power play.
You'd certainly have to have a look, wouldn't you? Given we're seeing that the pace bowlers are certainly to the liking of Conway and Allen, just something for a little bit different. We've seen in previous sort of World Cups, Glenn Maxwell used in the middle overs. So Marcus Stoinis, who we haven't seen bowl a lot as he suffered some injury at the start of 2022, but we'll be keen to try and just halt the momentum of New Zealand. None for 46 after 3 overs, with Conway 11 off 5 and Allen 35 from 13. Finn Allen, what a way to arrive in your first World Cup.
Welcome to the big stage. In the IPL, I watched him go about his business. He doesn't fear it. I watched him play in the 100 and now again here for New Zealand in the opening match of the World Cup.
Marcus Stoinis into the attack. Bowl into Conway, who's leaning forward and pushing forward of extra cover. Just for a single as it's gathered in the deep. No, they're coming back for 2. Great running as it was just wide of the left of Tim David, who did pretty well to whip around the rope, but good communication between Conway and Allen meant the 2 as an offer. Conway 2-11, none for 48 at the start of the 4th over.
And straight away, as predicted, Stoinis goes to that off cutter, just erring a little bit full, and Conway's up to pierce in that gap, but it is a big boundary, and Tim David skirts around. But I wouldn't be surprised to see 4 or 5 slower balls from Stoinis this over.
Right arm medium fast as Marcus Stoinis. A short delivery, which is down the leg side. And inside the line in the eyes of the umpire. Marcus Stoinis has given his 1 short ball warning. Probably Devon Conway just a bit frustrated that he didn't get any bat on that, although it was right around the helmet.
Yeah, it's very close from my angle here up in the comm box, and I don't have the best eyes, but I actually thought it took a deviation, and I was with every member of the crowd getting excited up and about, but it was that surprise bouncer that did take off, and it surprised Conway as well.
Yeah. So the DRS timer has ticked down, so Australia have elected not to review, although Matthew Wade's just coming over to Aaron Finch and having a conversation, as we might see just a bit of sawgrass brought out for Marcus Stoinis, who might be just losing his footing a little bit at the Paddington end. What about this crowd, Chris? It's not, chock-a-block at this stage, so no doubt a few more will wander in. A few might have been concerned about the Sydney weather, but so far so good. Lights are on. Looks like we should be able to get through unscathed.
It's building nicely, but it's so great to see no rain in Sydney. It's been relentless. Having just got back from overseas, I think I've had 2 days of dry weather, and thank God we turned it on for the opening match here. This is one of my favourite places to play. There's a lot of history about the ground. It's a fantastic looking ground, and all the players always get excited about playing here at the SCG, and I absolutely love it.
So the sawgrass has been put on for Marcus Stoinis, who's ready to resume. New Zealand none for 48 as he comes in. Bowls a full delivery to Conway, who gets an edge, but it doesn't carry to Matthew Wade. So short fine leg with Adam Zampa. Short third with Mitchell Stark. Backward point with Aaron Finch. The fielder in the deep in the covers is Glenn Maxwell. No surprise to see him there. Tim David is at extra cover. David Warner at mid-off. Josh Hazelwood at mid-on. Pat Cummins at mid-wicket. And the sweeper on the leg side out there is Mitch Marsh. As Stoinis comes in, bowls to Conway, who pushes it into the offside, quickly through for the single as David comes rushing in. And another one to the score for New Zealand. None for 49 in the 4th over, with Conway moving to 14 from 9 deliveries and Allen 35.
And what we see is all fielders in the ring are right on that ring. So the 30-yard circle, every fielder's right back. And that's been from the start of Finn Allen and Conway. They've scored from the boundaries. But the one challenge we've started talking about now in the modern game is even when they're going, you still want to try and make your best ball a dot ball, because that creates wicket-taking opportunities. So straight away, Stoinis bowls his best ball. Conway just drops it at the feet. They run through for an easy single. So it's always a tough challenge, and it gets your gut going as captain about what you want to do there.
It's also shown the intent of Finn Allen. He's on strike here, using his feet, hitting high and long down the ground. That's over the rope for 6. Just lands short of the fans who are leaning over trying to take a catch. And this incredible innings of Finn Allen continues. New Zealand bring up the 50, none for 55 with 1 ball to come in the 4th over. Allen is 41 from 14 deliveries, including 3 sixes. And that is as pure hitting as you'll see.
Stand and deliver if you don't like. Finn Allen's hit some great shots tonight, but that's the shot of the night for me so far. Just ran down the track, stood there, treated Marcus Stoinis like just a simple off-spinner.
What sort of response can Stoinis come up with? A slower delivery as Allen's looking to push back out onto the offside and racing down the pitch. Stoinis got a hand to it, but couldn't gather cleanly. It allowed New Zealand to pick up a single to close out the over. None for 56 after 4 overs, with Finn Allen on 42, Devon Conway on 14. Matt Lynch and Chris Green with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio and through BBC 5 Live. Finn Allen. You talk about opening partnerships, you think of sort of Aaron Finch, David Warner, Babar Azam, Rizwan, Rohit Sharma, India. I think we've got some exciting prospects here with Finn Allen as to what New Zealand might be able to do. With all of a sudden Kane Williamson coming in at 3, it just takes a lot of the pressure off New Zealand's middle order.
100%. I actually see New Zealand coming into this World Cup in a similar situation to Australia in the last one. They are underdogs. They have got some young players new to the team. They've shuffled around with their lineup in the past, and I honestly think they've got no pressure and they're playing like it. Finn Allen taking the game on, Devon Conway taking the game on, Kane Williamson, we know his class. He holds them together. And then they've got some exciting hitters through the middle as well.
Josh Hazelwood is now going to bowl from the Randwick end here at the SCG. Comes into Allen, he's bowled it. Beautiful delivery from Josh Hazelwood, canning into the bottom of off stump. Just the response the Australians needed. Allen goes for 42 from 16 deliveries. New Zealand 1 for 56 in the 5th over.
Great response from Australia. Great response from Josh Hazelwood. Aaron Finch turning to his experienced bowler, arguably one of the form bowlers in this team, and he nails his Yorker straight away. You know, he backed himself. It was risky given how strong and how many boundaries Finn Allen's been scoring down the ground, but nothing beats the perfect Yorker, and he gets that one straight under the bat and picks up the big wicket of Finn Allen. But cometh the man, cometh the hour, Kane Williamson to come in, not much pressure on him scoreboard-wise, and can just settle in and knock it around.
42 from 16 deliveries, including 5 4s and 3 6s. It's one hell of a way to get your World Cup debut off to a flying start, and it builds the platform for New Zealand. 1 for 56 in the 5th over, and it brings out Kane Williamson, the 32-year-old New Zealand captain. He hasn't been amongst the runs as often for New Zealand in their most recent series, their tri-series back in New Zealand, but did have some injury concerns. So back in New Zealand's best side, 2,225 runs in his 29th T20 International, a high score of 95 and an average of 32. 15 times past 100, hasn't scored, 15 times past 50, hasn't scored 100 in T20 cricket so far, but a strike rate of 123. What do you think Kane Williamson's intent will be here? Can he continue on in the way Finn Allen has started?
Well, I think his natural game is to give himself a chance, and the team knows that he's there to sort of hold them together, bat around him. And the start that he's been given, there's not much pressure. As I said, there's no scoreboard pressure on him. The Aussies will look to try and build some pressure on him and try and get his strike rate down to force a loose shot. But he's been Mr. Reliable. He can take some time out of the game here. He can just settle things down. He won't want to take too much time out, but I think he's got the opportunity to get himself set and try and push on through this middle period and try and set up the next partnership.
So Josh Hazelwood having got the breakthrough for the Australians. Good captaincy from Aaron Finch to bring him back on from the Randwick end here at the SCG, and it brought dividends for Australia as New Zealand was off to a flying start. Run rate of over 14. And now the wicket trying to wrestle a bit of momentum back Australia's way. So Kane Williamson just getting himself set at the striker's end. Devon Conway at the other end on 14 from 9 deliveries. Of course, we've got the big one tomorrow night, India and Pakistan, MCG.
I grimace it a little bit because I spoke about our bad weather. I really
Melbourne hasn't been much better.
There's going to be, if it rains, it could be about over 1 billion hearts broken all around the world, and including mine. It's going to be another entertaining picture. And it's hard to pick which one I'm looking forward to in this Super 12 stage. I certainly myself think the qualifiers have showed that anyone can beat anyone in this format. Any individual player can have a field day. Finn Allen showed it tonight, coming out with the fireworks that he's displayed. So it certainly is going to be very, very interesting, and it's going to be packed out at the MCG tomorrow. I just hope they get to see 20 overs of cricket beside.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
I don't want to do the commentator's curse. Can you do it with rain?
Yeah, you can do it with everything, really. If we're being honest, Chris, commentator's curse stretches to just about everything. I was in Adelaide for the 50-over World Cup and got to see Pakistan, India there. Goodness me, the atmosphere. There's no silence. Like the noise that goes for the whole game, that was the thing that struck me the most, is that there's never a moment where there's any lull in the atmosphere. It just continues on for 3 or 4 hours.
There's so much passion between the two nations. They absolutely love their cricket, and it's great to see the mateship between the two teams as well. A lot of the guys get on well. They share a lot of stories about their family. So I think it's going to be a great match.
Kane Williamson, the new batter for New Zealand, awaiting Josh Hazlewood. He leans forward and defends as Glenn Maxwell does the fielding at backward point. New Zealand 1 for 56 in the 5th over. Kane Williamson, the new batter, and Devon Conway on 14. Of course, we've still got a match to come tonight. England and Afghanistan from Perth. A lot of pressure on England. There always is, isn't there?
Yeah, they probably come in with Australia as one of the favourites, but the two Thunder boys, Butler and Hales at the top of the order,
Yes.
expect to see some fireworks from them as well.
Hazlewood right arm over the wicket, bowls to Williamson, who's up on his toes and defending into the offside. And Glenn Maxwell quickly races around to do the fielding. 1 for 56 in the 5th over. Williamson trying to get set after the wicket of Finn Allen, out for 42 from 16 deliveries bowled by Josh Hazlewood. 3 sixes and 5 fours in his innings of 42. In terms of your favourites, do you have Australia as the favourite? Do you have England? Do you have India?
I'll come back to you.
Think about that for a moment.
I need a few seconds.
Hazlewood charging in from the Randwick end to Williamson, who's taking a big stride forward, trying to work it onto the onside, but straight to Mitch Marsh, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, great bowling from Hazlewood. I'm still delaying my answer. 3 dot balls. But look, I'd love to put Australia, I think, come into this as favourites, the way they've been playing cricket. I think defending champions at home, knowing the conditions. I think a big out for India is Jasprit Bumrah from a bowling stocks. I think Suryakumar Yadav has been my pick for player of the tournament potentially as well in the form he's in. But England are playing great cricket as well.
Kane Williamson looking to get off the mark as he leans forward and pushes it backward a point. It was a good delivery from Hazlewood, and lunging to his left, unable to get a hand on it was Tim David. And it will result in a boundary for New Zealand. Still the power play, of course, so final leg and deep third of the 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle for Australia. And Kane Williamson is off the mark.
Anyone who'd watched
3 dots, I was about to say, from Josh Hazlewood. So it had been a good over apart from that.
Yeah, it had been. Anyone who'd watched Kane Williamson bat, he plays the ball so late, and Aussies have done their homework. There was a field change just before that of the short third going out, and he was able to squeeze that through the gap at backward point.
New Zealand 1 for 60 as Hazlewood comes in, and Williamson's trying to work it onto the onside, but straight to Aaron Finch, who does the fielding at mid-wicket. The end of the over, New Zealand 1 for 60 with Conway on 14, Williamson on 4, and Finn Allen, the wicket to fall, out for 42. Chris Green's with you on ABC Sport. In a moment, Andrew Moore's coming in.
World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital, and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Because when I'm in a room with you, that missing piece is found. You know when you're by my side, darling, nothing.
Thank you, Clinchy. What a start by New Zealand, 1 for 60 after the opening 5 overs, thanks to Finn Allen's 42 off 16 deliveries, coming into this game with a career strike rate of 93. Chris Green, good to see you, mate. That's been a phenomenal start by New Zealand.
Well, fair to say that strike rate's improved vastly after tonight. I feel like after his wicket, I could take a few deep breaths. It was happening so quickly.
Well, now Devon Conway, who himself is 14 off 9. Cummins bowls to him, and he chops down on a cut shot, bounces through to the keeper, Matt Wade. Score remains 1 for 60. So it'll be interesting now whether, with that wicket, New Zealand don't find it quite as easy to keep the run rate coming along, and this is the last over of the power play.
Yeah, it's a funny game, this T20 cricket. It was easy for one bloke. It can look difficult for another, and they've pegged it back well. Josh Hazlewood knows how to bowl very, very well in this format. They've done their homework on Williamson. We're able to build pressure. They'll be disappointed with that boundary, but to get those dot balls back after the wicket is very, very important at the back end of this power play.
Now Conway, the left-hander, thought about a ramp. In the end, it's a late cut down to deep third man. The race is on, and beats the diving Maxwell for 4. Well, talk about being in 2 minds, but the second mind was the better of them, and it's a boundary to Conway. He's 18 off 11, and New Zealand 1 for 64 in the 6th.
Oh, I'd love to say that that's a practice shot as well. You know, the ramp shot is one of his strengths. Conway shaped up for it, but just adjusted at the last minute. And Pat Cummins doesn't bowl slow, so there's not much time for any batter to adjust, but it looked like he planned that.
That was outrageous. Well, it was a great shot, great change of mind. Cummins bowls to the left-hander and Conway strokes this straight to cover. Stoinis picks up no run. Devon Conway, the 31-year-old from Johannesburg. It's his second World Cup. And in the other format, he became only the 7th player to score a double century on Test debut. That was only last year against England. And he averages 51 after his first 10 Test matches. But in this form of the game, he has an average of 52 plus and a strike rate of over 134 with the highest score of 99 not out against Australia. So he's taken to international cricket pretty darn comfortably. Raises the bat now, short fine leg, short third man. As Cummins bowled, it's outside the off stump, but it's cut away with his protection towards deep point, picked up by Maxwell, just the one. So Conway moves along to 19. New Zealand 1 for 65 in the 6th.
Yeah, and just on Devon Conway, one thing that has impressed me, and his batting partner out there is not too bad at it either in Kane Williamson, is just his temperament in all three formats. Nothing seems to faze these two players, and I think it's a characteristic that some of the best batters in the world have. They're very much in their own little bubble. They're in the zone constantly. It doesn't matter what's happening at the other end. It doesn't matter who's got ball in hand. It doesn't matter what the rates required of them. It doesn't matter what the stage is. He just continues to back his ability, plays his game, and he plays it very, very simply.
So now the right-hander Williamson on strike, 4 off 5 for him. Couple of balls left in the 6th over. Deep third man, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a deep backward square. Cummins to Williamson, and he defends straight to Stoinis at mid-wicket, no run. So far a good over by Cummins, as I say, the last of the power play, where only 2 could be outside the circle, and just the extraordinary boundary with a late decision to cut and a single so far.
Yeah, and there's been a clear ploy from Cummins at the back end to close out this power play. A lot of slower deliveries to Conway, and then just attacking that back of the length to Kane Williamson that Josh Hazlewood did so well. So great communication from the bowlers.
Last ball of the power play, Cummins to Williamson, who defends again and nearly got ripped in 2 there as the ball, as he was squared up, is defended back to the bowler. So a great over by Pat Cummins as Australia trying to fight their way back in here. Only 9 runs off the last 2 overs. 1 for 65 New Zealand, still handily placed 6 overs into this innings with Kane Williamson and Devon Conway at the crease. Finn Allen bowled by Josh Hazlewood for 42 off 16 deliveries with 5 fours and 3 sixes in a stunning way to open this Super 12 stage. You played club cricket today, Chris. How did they come out?
Came out nicely. The wicket was a little bit wet. Classic club cricket story where you pull the covers off, and as they're getting pulled off, just a little bit of water falls off on a length. So we had a half an hour delay, which made me a little bit nervous in getting here with Sydney traffic. But I managed to sneak away and get here on time, and had a good day back with Northern Districts. And the opposition decided to bat out for a draw. So not as entertaining as what we've seen here tonight.
No Finn Allen. No. So now we've got some entertainment. You'll be able to relate to Adam Zampa coming in, the 30-year-old who made his T20 debut in 2016. It's his 3rd T20 World Cup. He was Australia's leading wicket taker at the previous one with 13, including 5 for 19 against Bangladesh. 77 wickets in his previous 69 T20 internationals and an economy rate of under 7. He always does a great job in white ball cricket for Australia.
He's been Mr. Reliable in the white ball format for Australia, and I actually bumped into him yesterday at a coffee shop, and he's a new dad, him and his partner Harriet, and he's enjoying dad life. It says it's leveled out his game, and his cricket seems to be getting better and better as well.
So he's starting from the Randwick end, and he's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Conway, who drives with force into cover. There's no one out there, and it's a boundary. That was beautifully placed and timed by Conway, who moves to 23 of 14 deliveries and 1 for 69, the score in the 7th over. And the field now with 4 back. There's 5 back, I should say. There's a long off. There's a deep point. There's a deep mid-wicket, somewhere between mid-wicket and square leg, and a deep backward square in Stark. Zampa bowls, well flighted, and Conway just tickles it forward of square. They get 1. That's all they'll take, as the fielding's done very quickly by Maxwell coming in off the rope. So Conway 24, 1 for 70 in the 7th.
And I'm sure if Zam's heard me talking there, you'd say cheers Greeny for the wrap as he overpitched his half volley first ball to Conway, and you don't miss out on half volleys at this level. But yeah, it was interesting that field placings you talked about, the deep backward square, the squarish mid wicket. Conway is a strong sweeper of the ball, so that's what Zampa's trying to do, trying to force him to hit straighter in that slog sweep area where he gets a lot of his wickets.
Zampa bowls. Down the track comes Williamson. Plays it along the carpet the whole way. Down to long on. And we'll get an easy run as Stoinis does the fielding, coming in from in front of the Victor Trumper stand. So Williamson 5 off 8. 1 for 71 in the 7th over. Nice to hear a cameo there from Ish Gua. Hello, Ish. So we'll part company with you there just for the moment. 1 for 71 with midway through this 7th over. Adam Zampa's first. He's on his way to Conway. And he just turns his wrist on this down towards deep backward square. They have one. No real thought of a second. Stark does well coming in quickly to field. 1 for 72. Conway along to 25 off 16 deliveries. And Zampa quickly back at his mark now for Kane Williamson. For Adam Zampa, it's his 13th game this year. As Kane Williamson, the righty, just plays this along the ground, a deep square leg. 1 run. Cummins does the fielding, whips it back to Matthew Wade. 1 for 73. Williams up to 6. We're going to see a bit of this, do you think, now?
I think so. It's the natural phase through the middle, particularly with a boundary first ball. Both players will just look to knock it around. Obviously, if they get a loose ball from Zampa, they'll take advantage of it, but they'll just try and knock it around and make sure this over goes for 8, 9, 10 off it with limited risk.
Last ball of the over, 8 from it thus far, and Conway's off the back foot, punching it along the ground, down to long on, and we'll get a single as Tim David does the fielding. So 1 more run. Williamson is 6, Conway is 26, and that's the end of 7 overs, 1 for 74 New Zealand. So it's a heck of a start by the New Zealanders after they're sent into bat by Aaron Finch. Finn Allen bowled by a Hazelwood Yorker for 42. Conway 26 off 17. He's been there from the start, but he's been the inverted commas silent partner thus far. Kane Williamson on 6. And Chris Green makes way to another tall chap, but a fast bowler who is also running away off his 6 or 7 metre run in great cricket today. Stewie Clark.
G'day, Andy. G'day, everybody. Finn Allen, my new favourite T20 player. Oh, what about that?
What about after every boundary hit, we're going 2 more million in the IPL? Another million.
All I could see is IPL teams putting up that paddle with number just go like that. Another one. Yep, I'm going. He good on him. It was a good watching, and he took it to the Australians and hit the ball to all parts. Yeah, they're sort of steadied, haven't they? They're more traditional, these two. They play some more traditional type shots.
So Conway awaits for Marcus Stoinis. His first over earlier cost 10 runs, and the umpire, Kamandama Sena, just says, go back.
I think there's people walking behind the side screen again. Gosh. That old chestnut, isn't it?
It's a lot of preciousness going on in cricket. We've had 40 minutes and only 7 overs thus far. Australia's officially 1 over behind. Ish, I've told you before, stay out of our broadcast. You're on the telly these days. Here comes Stoinis with a short fine leg in place and a short third man, and Conway will look for 2 here. Plays it very gently through mid-wicket, and they will come back for a second as Tim David must have had 30 metres to travel the field. So a couple to Conway. He's 28, New Zealand, 1 for 76 in the 8th over.
What I'm looking at is the ground. SCG is a big ground, but they've got like a synthetic track around the outside now, which is cool. No drama. But then they've put the LED signage on the edge of that, and then they've moved the boundary in. So they've actually made a big ground small.
It's probably 10 metres.
10 metres.
Right around the ground, in from the fence. It's Stoinis to Conway, short on leg stump, and he tickles this forward of square, but a little more firmly this time, and will only get a single as Cummins gets the return in. So 1 more to New Zealand, and they move along to be 1 for 77. Conway 29 off 19.
Now, at the start of the game, I said about 170. Can I reassess? Am I allowed to at this stage?
You can reassess as often as you like, Stewie.
It is T20. It's
correct.
Fluid sort of game.
Constant reassessment.
It's a lot of changing variables in this game. The wicket does look like it's coming onto the bat very nicely. So
it was leaving the bat very nicely too, and Finn Allen was in.
So I'm thinking if the 180, 190 might be the go now.
Are you becoming our predictor?
Yeah, I'm. Well, there's no one else here to do it. Yeah, Greeny hasn't been with us very much, so I've got to let him find his feet.
Leadership role from you. Here's Stoinis bowling to Williamson off the back foot. He clubs it away towards deep point, but there's only a run to be had there because Cummins is patrolling the boundary. So Kane Williamson 7 off 10 And New Zealand now 1 for 78 in the 8th over.
Are you a leadership group guy or are you a leader guy?
Leader.
I think there's one man in charge of it. The leadership group always just felt like giving people a job.
I get it away from the game itself, around training, all that sort of thing. I get that, but on the field there should be one voice.
Oh, yeah. There's only one voice on the field today, Andy.
Stoinis it is, bowling to Conway. And he is whipping a straightish delivery. Again, gently towards Cummins at deep mid-wicket. But Cummins came in quickly to pick up, so just another single. Conway 30 and 4 balls into the 8th over. New Zealand 1 for 79. They scored 65 in the power play, losing just the 1 wicket. That might be hard to beat for the entire rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it was very, very dynamic. Hit the ball to all parts and didn't know where to look. I was tucking into a feed out the back there and I nearly choked on my bread roll.
Which one?
That hard.
They're still talking about your eating feats in there. Here comes Stoinis bowling now to Kane Williamson, and the Black Caps captain doesn't look anywhere near getting close to that ball with a bat. It came off his body, trickled down to the keeper, Matt Wade, and it's another dot ball for Williamson, who's only 7 from 11. He just seems to be struggling for any sort of timing at the moment, but we know how good he can be, Kane Williamson, as he showed in the World Cup final last year. It's his 5th T20 World Cup. Made his debut in this form of the game for New Zealand 11 years ago against Zimbabwe. 82nd game, average of almost 33 and a strike rate almost 124, 15 50s. 11th game against Australia is only averaging 21 against the Aussies. Raises the bat. Bouncer from Stoinis. Very short. That should be a wide, and it is. The initial signal came from the square leg umpire Adrian Holdstock back to Kumar Dharmasena. And I don't have a gripe with that on first viewing, Stewie. Marcus Stoinis certainly does. Australia has New Zealand 1 for 80.
I don't know about that one. It was very, it was borderline.
It was almost tennis ball bounce, wasn't it, in the end?
I think it was almost like, because Stoinis is bowling so many off-speed balls at the moment.
That's well average.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair enough. That all of a sudden the change-up's actually the ball that's the quicker ball. Yeah. Whereas back in the glory days, it was quicker ball, then slow ball. Now it's slow ball, quicker ball. Yeah.
Is that what you're doing today for Sutherland 4th grade?
It was just slow balls today. There's not much else off.
Fine leg moves inside the rope. Stoinis bowls to Williamson, short of a length, pulled away, but he picked out the man at deep backward square along the ground. And Glenn Maxwell goes down to 1 knee to pick it up. And they get a run. So that ends the over. 8 overs done. 7 off that one. 1 for 81 New Zealand. But Devon Conway 30. Kane Williamson 8 off 12 will keep the striker now at the 10. It's only the 8 over mark. People coming from everywhere. There's new gloves. There's Australian assistants out there talking to Matty Wade. It was like the charge of the Light Brigade there for a moment.
And you got umpire Dharmasena standing there saying, get on with it. And this is when T20 cricket came about, we weren't allowed to do any of this stuff.
No, get on with it.
The game's supposed to be fast. Now, Australia shouldn't get docked for this with their, the little timer clock thing. Surely not.
The old little timer clock thing. Well, apparently they're on target as we speak.
Well,
with 48 minutes left in the inning, 12 overs to be bowled. And Zampa will bowl the next one.
I'm going to feel this game will be decided, I think, on Adam Zampa. He's been their best, most economical bowler, I think, for the Australians for a period of time. Doesn't put a lot of turn on the ball, but they're it's very hard to get away. If the New Zealanders can get a hold of him, it forces Aaron Finch to go back to some of his quicker bowlers, which I think they'll be able to take on a lot easier. Adam Zampa, key to this, the outcome of this game, I think.
9th game against New Zealand, an economy rate of almost 8.5, which should be among his worst, as Williamson plays the first ball down to mid-on, and Stoinis coming in off the boundary to field just another single, and that's all Williamson's got at the moment. He's 9 off 13, 1 for 82. As we start the 9th over, Zampa bowling from the Randwick end in front of the Trumper and Churchill stands, which is filled nicely. And as you said in our pre-game show down on the boundary, Stewie, there's been a really nice buzz and vibe here at the SCG since we got inside the ground. And they were shut up for a moment, though, with Finn Allen's stunning knock. Zampa well flighted, and Conway drives between square leg and long on, but only a single because the threat of Glenn Maxwell's arm. So Conway 31 off 21, 1 for 83 in the 9th.
Well, there's a good buzz, you're right. There's a lot of families down there. We were down on, as you said, Andrew, down on the boundary there for the pre-match. A lot of families, dads and their daughters, kids. So different atmosphere to the we're talking about. It was slightly different to the Test match, more your traditional form of cricket lover. This is a
different to when we were in Canberra last week. Here's Zampa. Bowls to Williamson, who drives it for a single. Down to Stoinis at long on. Williamson will move to double figures. He's 10 off 14. And New Zealand up by 1 for 84 in the 9th over. Australia captain Aaron Finch again winning the toss and again sending the opposition in. We saw that throughout the series against England. Still to come for New Zealand, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, James Neesham, the all-rounder, Mitch Santner, Tim Southey, Lockie Ferguson, Ish Sodhi and Trent Bolt. Zampa to Conway reverse sweep, but he hits it straight to third man, which is inside the rope in Aaron Finch. Would have been better off going the traditional sweep.
Yeah, he might have been. Well, good field set. 2 men behind square on the offside, 45 on the onside bloke, right out deep backwards square leg. So Adam Zampa, his skill at this form of the game is making batters hit the ball to where he's got fielders.
2 balls to come in the 9th over. Zampa to Conway's down the track, hits this high, hits it straight, hits it hard for a 6.
And no fielders there, Andrew.
That is magnificent striking. Well, there weren't even any people in the crowd there because it's into the batter's eye at that northern end of the ground, and Devon Conway moves to 37 and a powerful 6 for the New Zealander. 90 metres, they reckon it went.
He picked it out of the hand. It was a wrong and out the back of the hand. It was down the wicket quickly, skipped down, picked it up on the half volley and plundered it away over pretty straight, mid-on-ish, but still straight enough to go into the sight screen area.
1 for 90. So now it's Conway defending. Shout for LBW by Zampa. Fielded square on the offside by Matt Wade. Not out is the call. Shuey Clark next to me is very confident that could be out, which is a big call from a couple of 100 metres away. And Aaron Finch says, yes, we will challenge.
I reckon that's out. I think it's pad first. Question mark if it's landed in line would be my only thing. And maybe he's fraction down the wicket, but I think that's going to be very, very close.
With Langton Rosaire, the third umpire.
Who's the third umpire?
Langton Rosaire.
Oh, okay. I know who that is.
So Conway given not out. He's 37. It's 1 for 90. And where does that ball pitch? Is it outside leg or in line?
No,
It might be in line.
I reckon it's in line.
And that is pad first. You might well be right, Stewie Clark.
It seems to have come off pad first. Take that back a frame for me.
The height, because he's a little bit away now, it's got topspin on it. It may actually bounce over the top of the stumps here. It's certainly in line.
So clearly pad first.
That's the only thing.
Let's just confirm with Ultra Edge though.
The only thing that can save Devon Conway, you would think.
In a long way down.
Hits him above the knee roll.
Yeah.
Let's go to ball checking when ready.
We know it's pad first.
The Australians know it's not out. They're all wondering back to their positions.
Original position is not out.
Pitching
in line.
In line.
Impact in line.
And over the
and
stumps.
wickets missing. Stay with the original not out decision. Stand by.
So 9 runs off the over. 1 for 90 after 9 overs. Conway 37 off 23 deliveries. Kane Williamson on 10. And Mitchell Stark will come back into the attack from this Paddington end of the SCG. Zampa, by the way, 2 overs, no wicket for 18.
Just not sure how that was going over the top of the stumps.
Mind you, it did. He was forward and it did hit him above the roll. And as you say, it's
got top spin on it, I know. But
well, there's someone in the crowd who was really disgruntled about that decision. A youngster who's got a mighty mullet.
I know what I'd be more disgruntled about, his parents with his hair.
I can only assume they'd let him have that mullet. Now there's more time delay. Kane Williamson's on the ground doing push-ups. Mitchell Stark's taking
he wasn't
his
doing
position.
push-ups.
He was having a stretch.
He was not doing push-ups.
It was Conway.
Just punched out a set of 10, did he?
So it's going to be Williamson on strike with a deep third man. Oh, texts are coming through as well, 0467 920 222. As Mitchell Stark is coming into bowl to Williamson, who's 10 off 14 deliveries. Stark 1 over for 14, got hammered by Finn Allen to start this game. And Williamson punched him down towards Tim David at long on for a single. Williamson 11. New Zealand 1 for 91 in the 10th over.
140 kilometres an hour, that one. Full Yorker-type delivery, just sort of scunged out, back down the wicket by Williamson. We saw in the World Cup final.
Out.
Yeah, scunged out. Didn't really sort of get it. because you're in the World Cup final, the ones Kane Wilson gets, he actually can take the bowling on and play some of those ramps and those different type shots that you see in T20 cricket. Just takes him a little bit to get going.
So he's faced 15 deliveries. Conway's 24 deliveries for 37 runs, and he's on strike. Lefty on lefty. Stark bowls driven. Square on the offside. Bounces wide of Aaron Finch. They should get 2. Coming to his right from mid-off to do the fielding is Tim David, and they do come back very comfortably for a second run. Conway 39. New Zealand 1 for 93 on the SMS 0467 920 222. A spider in the commentary box. So you can watch your Louis isn't hiding somewhere nearby. Well, that being Luke Lewis, former Premiership footballer. No, I am. Looking forward to listening to your call. Oh, you would Flood Ravage Moree. I hope you're doing all right.
Down the bottom there, the thing was about 1 millimetre by.
It was dangerous. Yeah, it wasn't in the box. It was downstairs and it leapt at me.
Teeth.
Spat at me. Stark bowls to Conway, who's forward defending, and then sets off for a run as it beat the bowler Stark. To David at mid-off. Conway 40, 1 for 94 in the 10th over. So thank you, Neil, and hope you and everyone in these flood-damaged areas are hanging in there. Craig from Foster, great to hear you calling cricket. Andrew will miss Luke Lewis and John Gibbs over the summer, but stoked to hear your voice over the summer of cricket. Cheers, Craig. It's great to be here. This is an exciting tournament. And
imagine if we let Louis into the commentary box.
No, cricket. Luke Lewis, people who don't know him, is the greatest prankster or worst in the history of planet Earth. Here's Stark bowling to Williamson, who's backing across and punches it with good timing, but straight to deep backward point. Cummins is there. So again, only a single for Williamson. He's 12. He's just struggling to move it along beyond those singles. At least he's rotating the strike. 1 for 95. 2 balls left in a 10th over, which has so far yielded 5 runs for the Black Caps.
It's sort of the way he plays, as we were talking about. He just gets himself going, stuck down one end. You can get and all of a sudden you look up and he's 20 and then starts to take on the boundaries.
Well, Glenn Phillips, who's due in next, has got a strike rate of 145.47. Here's Stark bowling to Conway. Well pitched up. That's the famous Stark Yorker. He clamped down on a Conway, but the ball trickles behind the stumps. And now there's a delayed appeal by both Stark and Dave Warner, who's coming in from backward point. And I'd struggle to believe they'll use up their second challenge.
I wouldn't waste it. No, not here. I think he got some bat on that. Again, did it hit his foot before it hit the bat? That's the question. Aaron Finch not bothering. Timer's now up. Wouldn't be wasting it here. It was a good full in-swinging Yorker by Mitchell Stark. Just see if it clips his toe. Nope.
No, bat onto Pat, clearly. So good decision. Australia only has one of its challenges left. Australia 1 over down in the over rate. At Stark bowling to Conway to end the 10th over. It's short, it's pulled, it's not timed, but he gets it nice and fine. Stoinis to his left from deep backward square, and there's plenty of time for Conway to come back for a second run. In fact, it's Zampa down there now. So they do get 2. Conway's 42 off 28. Kane Williamson is not out 12. We are 10 overs into the innings, and now there'll be a little strategy session. And 1 for 97. Mitchell Stark, 2 overs, none for 21. There were 7 runs off that. 42 to Conway. Williamson 12. Finn Allen, the player out, bowled by Josh Hazlewood for 42 off 16 deliveries. It was 1 for 56, now 1 for 97. Stewie Clark will remain here on Grandstand Cricket and to be joined now by Matt Clinch.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
Yeah.
Refreshment all 2. We Kane Williamson on 12, Devon Conway on 42. Finn Allen, the one who exploded the New Zealand innings with 42 from 16 deliveries. The Kiwis 1 for 97 after 10 overs. The first match of the Super 12 taking place from Sydney. And of course, after this, we head to Perth, England taking on Afghanistan. What have you made of the bowling rotations, Clark? Because it's always a challenging one for the captain at the start of a World Cup. We saw Mitch Stark at the start go 14 runs off his first over. Josh Hazlewood for 15. Pat Cummins for 17 after 3 overs. New Zealand were none for 46. Is that sort of the modern landscape that you often bowling over? Apart from Adam Zampa, we've just about seen a bowling change at the end of each over.
I think it's the modern way the game's played. You never bowl more than 1 over in a row unless you get a few wickets and you knock over a few guys in your first over. But they don't like, they talk about batters lining you up and they talk about too much same. that's the difference in T20. That's how it's evolved, especially from a bowling point of view. So you're always ready to bowl. It can happen in T20 cricket. You can, you run in and bowl some really good balls and just get pounded to all parts of the boundary. And I thought Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood, they didn't bowl badly. Some really, really good clean hitting from Allen at the start of the innings. And unfortunately, the Australians are now on the back foot. But, Aaron Finch will go through his bowlers. We'll see a little bit more of Zampa. We'll certainly see Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins do their bit. And I think he likes going. Marcus Stoinis seems to be his go-to. Oh, he's actually going to bowl now. I didn't realise that. But he because he bowls with such variation, Marcus Stoinis won't bowl two balls the same way. He'll bowl a off-cutter slow ball. He'll bowl a back-of-the-hand slow ball. He'll bowl a quicket ball. Then he'll bowl almost like a knuckle ball. So it's just you can't line him up. And as long as he gets his length right, it's very hard.
So in terms of the Australian bowlers, Mitchell Stark, 2 overs, none for 21. Josh Hazelwood, 2 overs, 1 for 19. Pat Cummins, 2 overs, none for 22. Marcus Stoinis, 2 overs, none for 17. And Adam Zampa, 2 overs, none for 18. So will he buy a couple of overs in the middle with, you'd expect Glenn Maxwell to bowl a few. Mitch Marsh?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the
Look at your own name on the scorecard from Cape Town, 2007. Our own Stuart Clark featured.
I can't even remember the game, but another one of those games I cannot remember anything about it. So beautiful, 4 overs, 1 for 13. Just very good efforts back in the day.
So Clarky, tell me about Cape Town, 2007.
Really good game. We beat Bangladesh. Brett Lee got a hat trick. So there you go. But I think the game's just evolved so much since then that I'd probably bowl those 4 overs in a row. Wouldn't do that. Do that now.
So Marcus Stoinis back into the attack from the Randwick end here at the SCG. Bowling to Kane Williamson over the wicket. He's looking to loft it over the top of forward square for 6. 6 rows back and into the crowd. Kane Williamson shows some power hitting. He moves to 18 from 17 deliveries. New Zealand 1 for 103 at the start of the 11th over.
What a lovely shot that is. Slower ball by Stoinis. You can just see this sort of ran outside and he got down almost like a sweep shot. Hoiked it away over backward square leg to the short leg side boundary. Changing the field, deep backward square's gone out and man, at fine legs come up inside the circle. But this is Kane. This is the thing with Kane Williamson. He knocks it around single, and all of a sudden you look up and he starts playing shots like that.
So the 3 out on the deep on the leg side, providing the comfort for Stoinis if he can get his line right. Comes in, wide outside the off stump. Williamson trying to hit it wide of the fielder at mid-off, quickly through for the single as it's gathered by David Warner. Williamson to 19, New Zealand 1 for 104 in the 11th over. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and via BBC 5 Sports Extra. And don't forget the ABC Listen app where you can hear so much of the World Cup. Just look for the white World Cup cricket ball and you won't miss a minute of the action. Almost getting to that stage of sort of asking you for scores, Stewie. We've now seen 10 overs. At the start, the run rate was sort of around 14 and over. It's back now under 10, but sort of anywhere above sort of 180 to 200 is on the cards.
Well, I said to Andrew at the start of the game, I thought 170 would be about right.
Stoinis comes into Conway, short of a length. He pulls it just forward of square leg for a single out to the sweeper in the deep. It's gathered by Mitchell Stark.
I think I might be short now. I was worried early on in the season, just not enough hardness in the wicket. We haven't had a lot of heat in Sydney at the moment. It's been quite wet, as everyone knows. And I just thought there'd be a little bit of moisture in the surface, but I think the groundsman and the curator done a really good job with this surface. Looks very nice to bat on. The ball's coming onto the bat. We've seen some nice shots played to all parts. It hasn't really spun. So I think I've said, I readjusted up to that 180, 190 mark. And if they keep going at this rate, they'll probably end up at that 200 mark as well, which is going to be a really, really good chase for the Australians this evening.
Stoinis comes in, short ball to Williamson, who gets underneath it and pulls it backward of square leg just for a single as it's gathered down on the rope by Mitch Marsh. New Zealand 1 for 106 in the 11th over. Williamson moves to 20. Conway now on strike, 43 from 29 deliveries. The other thing you notice when you were down there just having a look at the pre-game is that's the 50 partnership coming up off of 40 deliveries after the wicket of Finn Allen, who was out for 42. So an electric start and then a good partnership from these two.
Yeah, very much. Allen was took the game to the Australians, which is what you want to see. And these go two now building a very nice partnership.
Marcus Stoinis comes in down the leg side and Conway's able to help it on its way down to fine leg. Adam Zampa races around to his left, but they'll turn and come back for 2. So Marcus Stoinis just losing his line a little bit there. New Zealand 1 for 108 with Conway to 45.
Very much gone away. And when we first started, T20 came out, we're still trying to take wickets. Australians and teams around the world are just happy to concede a single, aren't they? If they just went for 120, they'd be happy. I still think they need to try and take a wicket or two just to slow the stem of runs for the New Zealand batters or whoever's batting.
Stoinis in over the wicket, short ball to Conway, and he's able to just pull it down just forward of mid-wicket for a single as it's gathered in the deep. Making his way up from the rope is Glenn Maxwell. Almost a tennis sort of smash as he just used the pace to work it onto the onside. End of the over, and after 11 overs, New Zealand having been sent in by Australia, a 1 for 109. With Conway on 46, Williamson on 20, Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket. So still to come, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Jimmy Neesham, Mitch Santner, Ish Stodie, Tim Southey, Lockie Ferguson and Trent Bolt. So
interesting they're going to go with Stark again. Usually they save Stark up for the end. We've seen that over time, that Mitchell Stark full and straight at the end of an innings, but Aaron Finch must feel as though that the game's starting to slip away to some extent, that we better get Stark on here. That'll be 3 of his 4 done, which means he's only got 1 at the end.
None for 21 so far for Mitchell Stark. Charging in from the Paddington end here at the SCG. Bowling to Devon Conway, wide outside the off stump. He gets a bottom edge to it as it's taken by Matthew Wade behind the stumps.
Yeah, slower ball there by Stark, wide outside off stump. Fine, if he bowls full, he goes straight at the stumps to try and take that, that ability to hit it out through the offside. When he bowls an off-speed ball, I've noticed he's bowling wider from the stumps and forcing the left-hander to try and use the pace and hit it out through the offside. To create his own pace and hit it out through the offside.
Mitchell Stark at the top of his mark. Left arm over the wicket. Comes in full delivery. And Conway's able to dig it out, play it down to short third where Warner initially got to it. It trickles away from him, but just a single for Conway, who moves to 46. New Zealand 1 for 110.
Certainly look the goods tonight, New Zealand, haven't they? They've come out firing from ball one. They look confident. I watched them in the warm-up. They looked like they were buzzing about, jumping about. So they've certainly come in with confidence. It's unbelievable when Andrew Moore said before the game that they haven't won here in 11 years or something like that. It's ridiculous to think about that, the team they've had. Unfortunately, the Australians have just been too good.
Haven't beaten Australia in any format in Australia since 2011. As Mitchell Stark comes into the New Zealand captain, who's trying to step across to the leg side, it trickles out backward a point. As he gets an outside edge and racing around Warner, does the fielding. A single to Williamson to move to 21, 1 for 112 in the 12th over.
Mitchell Stark, he's got mid-off up, cover, mid-on, deep mid-on's back and the mid-wicket, and then the guy at point or backward point. So anything that's full drop kick length on off stump will come back straight back down the ground over mid-off. So batter will be looking for the right length to get up and under. If not, use the pace and work it away.
Conway is 47 at the moment as he's waiting. Mitchell Stark trying to work it down square of the wicket. Just works it to mid-wicket where Mitch Marsh does the fielding. So picking up the singles after the explosive start. Conway moves closer to his half-century. It's 48 from 34 deliveries. New Zealand 1 for 112.
And if you break it down, if they get a run off every ball, it's at least 6 and over. Okay, that's no rocket science in that. But you just assume that they're going to pick up a 2 or a 3 or something like that throughout and hit a boundary every now and again. So that goes to 7 or 8 very quickly. So it's how many more than 7 or 8 over can they get?
Stark in, full delivery to Williamson. He works it off his toes, just plays it through to mid-wicket. Aaron Finch is right on the back of the circle, so able to comfortably get through for a single. Williamson to 23, 1 for 113.
Have you seen a game where the over target thing? Have you seen a game where the poor bloke gets to bowl his last over, done nothing wrong, right? He just goes, "Oh, you got to bowl the last over." And he goes, "Great," and he goes, "Oh, by the way, we can only have 4 out."
Yeah,
oh, really?
Yeah. So just on the big screens, we're seeing, the sponsors logo telling us there's 34 minutes for Australia to complete their bowling innings. As Mitchell Stark full with another beautiful Yorker, and it's dug out by Conway as he plays it down to long off for a single. Tim David does the fielding after 12 overs. New Zealand 1 for 114 with Conway on 49, Williamson on 22. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and via BBC 5 Sports Extra. And, of course, the ABC Listen app is the home of the World Cup. As always, you can get in touch with us on the SMS 0467 920 222. If you want to email us, you can do that through the correspondence at the BBC website, which if Maury touches that button, no, we've lost our screen again. But we'll give you that in a second or so's time. And yes, it costs a little bit more if you're sending us a text message from the UK.
I saw one of the SMSs there, and it was a question about why does Aaron Finch not tuck his shirt in? He's actually got his sweater on, I think, is the reason. It's not his shirt hanging out. So
someone saying that's not a flattering look for it.
Yeah, it's a jumper. Zampa's going to come on.
Zampa comes into Conway, who uses his feet, looks to hit it high and long, out to deep mid-wicket, one bounce, I think, and over the rope for 6. Or Maxwell might not have got there. I think it cleared the rope in the end. 6. And a great way to start the over for Devon Conway, who brings up his half century. He's 55 from 36 deliveries. New Zealand 1 for 120.
He's got 50 there for Devon Conway. 55 off 36 deliveries, as you said, Clinchy. Just looks like they're both going to target Zampa here. Doesn't get a lot of turn on the ball, and both targeting straight. And if he doesn't quite get the length, he'll just drag it around over deep mid-wicket. Fielder very square out in the deep.
42 from Finn Allen, now 55 from Devon Conway, who walks down the pitch to Zampa. The fielder's in the deep at deep mid-wicket. They turn and come back for 2 as Maxwell kind of gestured for Warner, who came charging in from long on to do the fielding. That allowed New Zealand to comfortably get back for 2. Conway to 57, 1 for 122 in the 13th over.
Good batting that, sort of can get the ball the right pace so it only goes to about the inner circle there. And get up and down the wicket quickly. Williamson backing up.
Zampa, the leading wicket taker for Australia in the last World Cup, wide this next delivery, and Conway's able to guide it out to the sweeper in the covers. And deep cover, Pat Cummins races around to his right to do the fielding. Devon Conway to 58 from 38 deliveries. New Zealand 1 for 123. Zampa having gone for 9 already from his first 3 deliveries.
A lot of pressure on the Australians now. Aaron Finch marshalling his troops, trying to find a way to get a wicket. So important to just stem this flow of runs, just to break up the momentum of the New Zealanders. You can just feel it building and building and building.
Zampa wide outside the off stump. Williamson's able to punch it through the gap in the covers. Out to Glenn Maxwell, the sweeper on the offside for just a single. Williamson to 23, 1 for 124 in the 13th over.
He'll be frustrated with that, Williamson. It was a rank half tracker. And if he'd hit it a lot squarer, he would have gone for 4, but he ended up just getting too much of it, and unfortunately, just a single.
10 off the over, though. As Zampa comes in, Conway stays in his crease, hits hard in the air through mid-wicket. Out to Glenn Maxwell, who does the fielding at deep mid-wicket. Just a single for Devon Conway. 1 for 125 with Conway on 59. So is it Conway now who becomes the attacker? 13 overs in.
I think so. I think he's probably more of a power hitter than Williamson. Williamson's got some, he can clear the boundary as we've seen before, but I think Conway to Zampa just seems to have his measure.
Zampa flights a quick delivery, the reverse sweep from Williamson. That's close, that's out. LBW as he struck on the pad. Kane Williamson just having a thought or two as to whether he's going to review this.
I thought he was getting a send-off. That was what was going on. But no, those days are done. Williamson doesn't seem like the type of bloke. Oh, no, he's going to go upstairs. He's got 2 anyway. He may as well use one. No great drama. I think unless he's got a bit of bat on this, can't see how this is missing the stumps. It was a quick delivery by Zampa. Nice and full. Williamson went to reverse sweep. I think it's hit him right in front. Unless he's got a bottom edge on this, I think it'll be a good night. He's looking at his bat.
Spin vision coming up, Adrian.
So here the TV umpire, Langdon Reserve, talk us through here.
Involved there. Let's go to Ultra Edge, please, to confirm.
So just confirming it didn't get a bottom edge off the bat.
I don't know about that. I'm looking at it here. There's a big gap. No. No. He's missed that by about 3 inches, hasn't he?
Yeah. I was looking at the ultra edge, which is once the ball was past the bat.
Yeah, if you look at we're looking at the shot of just the live picture in replay, and he's about 3 inches away from hitting that one. So that's a pretty average review, to be fair. But But anyway, Kane Williamson's the captain. He's allowed to do one.
So we've gone through all the motions. No bat involved. Hitting between middle and off stump. And New Zealand are 2 for 125 with their captain, Kane Williamson, out LBW to Zampa for 23 from 23 deliveries. And it brings Glenn Phillips, the new batter, out to the middle for New Zealand, the 25-year-old playing in his 50th T20 International. He scored 1,094 runs, a high score of 108, an average of 32, including 1 century and 6 half centuries, a strike rate of 145. But Williamson with 23, Finn Allen with 42. Now builds a good platform for New Zealand, but Adam Zampa, importantly, gets the breakthrough.
And we're going to see Postman Pat, aren't we? Postman Pat from the members' end. Got touched up in his first over.
So Pat Cummins, 2 overs, none for 22. Come back into the attack from the Paddington end here at the SCG. Glenn Phillips. Here's the new batter at the non-strikers end. Pat Cummins starts a new over. Comes into Conway, wide outside the off stump, hit just wide of Finch. Lunging at extra cover. It was in the air momentarily. It might have landed just in front of him. Tim David races after. He tries to flick it back to Maxwell, but missed him. So it allows them to comfortably come back for a third.
That was like 4th grade today. What's happening, stuff like that. Just getting a replay here. That was plumb in front by Zampa. Good full delivery, that.
You would imagine for a textbook cricketer like Kane Williamson, he can play the variety of shots, but would think, getting out that way is not the way you want to get out. That wrong shot, wrong ball.
Yeah, just got it all wrong. Certainly now a big job for Conway. Man at the crease. Phillips just come to the crease. It's really important in these games that you don't lose that momentum that they've now picked up, the New Zealanders, because they're not very long. If you look up, there's 6 overs to go, 5 overs to go after this one. They've got good momentum. They lose another wicket, all of a sudden you've lost 4 wickets. Yes, they're all dot balls as well, but you've got to rebuild the whole time. So New Zealand, again, just knock it around, and then, last couple of overs, take it on.
Into the new batter, Glenn Phillips, the right-hander, leans forward to Pat Cummins as plays it down to mid-off, where Marcus Stoinis comes racing up to do the fielding. 2 for 128 in the 14th over. Conway on 62 from 40 deliveries, and Phillips yet to get off the mark. So you played that 4th grade today with your son?
Yeah, yep.
You see some of the fielding like we saw then?
Oh, not that bad.
You were with the bat? Were you with the bat today?
No, bat was last week. I had a bat last week, so...
Pat Cummins right arm over the wicket into Phillips, who's leaning forward and pushing it back down the pitch, and Pat Cummins is able to do the fielding.
It's an amazing skill for guys. Watch T20 players come out and just turn up, take the first ball and just start swinging it and get them all cleanly. It's such a trained skill for T20 specialist players to be able to do that. In the old days, you had to get your eye, watch a few, let a few go. Not anymore. And you block 2 and almost like, what are you doing? Get on with it.
Yeah. It's more that baseball mindset, isn't it? Come out and start swinging. Cummins in to Phillips, back of a length. He's able to drive it just forward of extra cover, and that's nicely timed. Races down to the rope for 4. Nothing more than a push onto the offside, and Mitchell Stark racing around from the boundary. Wasn't able to cut it off. Phillips is off the mark with a boundary.
That was a cracking shot. It was full. Pat Cummins sort of bowled 2 pretty decent balls, been defended. That's not a half volley by any means, and it's just been punished through cover.
New Zealand 2 for 128. Phillips with his first boundary. Awaiting Pat Cummins, a short ball, a slower delivery. He's able to just pull it down to fine leg. Takes off for the single and will come back for 2. The throw is to Matthew Wade, who was behind the stumps. As Josh Hazelwood raced around to do the fielding at fine leg. So a couple to Phillips to move to 6. New Zealand 2 for 134 with 1 delivery to come in the 14th over.
Very quick Phillips then. He sort of head down. The moment he hit it, didn't look like there was 2, but he was always going. Just backed his speed. Looks like a good athlete, Phillips. Gets up and down the wicket, in and out of the blocks quickly as he turned.
9 so far off the over from Pat Cummins. As Cummins comes in, bowls to Phillips, who's pushing forward but defending back down the pitch. And the end of the over, New Zealand 2 for 134. Stuart Clark's having a breather. He was fascinated by the different camera angles, of course, we have for this World Cup. It is a ICC television broadcast, so we see a few different tricks from what we traditionally see on the television monitors in our commentary box, and it brings Cameron Green back alongside Matt Clinch with you on Grandstand Cricket. Welcome back, Cam. Chris.
Matt, it's all right. I was going to say,
that's
Cameron Green sitting down there. I'd like to swap with him if I'm honest. I do like spending time with you on air, but being in the World Cup's got to be pretty nice.
It would be good, wouldn't it? What about his time in international cricket?
Great
talk about an all-time dream to find your way into the Australian side, and now just the possibility of being a 3-format player. It's the stuff of dreams, isn't it?
It is. And if we call him Chris Green enough, maybe I'll get a gig in the next match.
2 for 134 New Zealand, and Adam Zampa is going to continue from the Randwick end here as he's bowling wide of Devon Conway. He's able to rock back and cut out to the sweeper in the deep as Pat Cummins does the fielding. And a single to start the 15th over, 2 for 135 with Matt Clinch and Chris Green with you on ABC Sport.
It's been a topsy-turvy game so far, and the two momentum swingers have been the wickets for the Australians. They've been able to build a little bit of pressure despite that unbelievable cover drive we just witnessed from Glenn Phillips. And it's key. He's a busy cricketer. I've played a lot against Glenn, and he's got all the shots, and he likes to be busy from the word go. So we've seen that already with the way he's up the tempo with his running. It'd be key for the Aussies to try and peg him down and build that pressure.
Adam Zampa at the top of his mark. Comes in and bowls to Phillips, who's rocking back and cutting through the gap in the covers just for a single out to Glenn Maxwell, who does the fielding. Phillips to 7, 2 for 136 in the 15th over. So what's Adam Zampa thinking here in your mind?
Yeah, it's his last over. Look, I think he'd want to be spending a lot of the time trying to bowl at Glenn Phillips, or certainly that's his better matchup. It is the newer batter. It is the right-handed batter. He can attack his stumps, and Devon Conway's obviously set. So you'll try and get Devon Conway off strike here and try and bowl more at Glenn Phillips.
Zampa down the leg side to Conway, and wide is called as Matthew Wade steps across to his right to cleanly take it.
And that was his tactic there, just missing down the leg, but trying to tuck him up into the hip for him to force one to either the short, fine leg or deep backward square where his field's set.
So he's got Josh Hazlewood at short, fine leg, and Aaron Finch at deep third. Comes in, next delivery, it beats Conway, and Wade's able to whip off the bails. He almost lost his balance as the next delivery, Zampa threw out a little bit wider and had Conway off balance.
That's what he's so good at, Adam Zampa. Orchestrating the plan to bowl tight, as I was just speaking about the ball before, and he's wrong and is such a good delivery. So then going across Devon Conway, a little bit of a carrot with the width, but it spins away and beats the outside edge, and hence he was off balance with his weight falling away to the leg side.
And just his back foot staying inside his crease. So good bowling from Adam Zampa. He comes into Conway, he's hitting hard down the ground. Beautifully timed as he smacks it down the ground. Too wide for long off. Tim David races around into the rope for 4. 2 for 141 New Zealand in the 15th over as Conway moves to 67.
Conway, watching him from the back of the box, he's been going through his gears nicely in this innings. He started really well up front with Finn Allen. They got off to that fast start. Then he knocked it around a little bit with his captain and Kane Williamson. Now they've got that platform built, so he's starting to hit out, as we see there, straight away down to Adam Zampa.
Zampa flights the next delivery. Conway hitting just wide of the fielder, an extra cover. That's Marcus Stoinis. They turn and come back for a couple as it's gathered in the deep by Tim David. And deep extra cover. So a couple to the score. 2 for 143 New Zealand in the 15th over. Conway to 69 from 44 deliveries.
Huge ball, this last ball of Zampa's spell. Conway may look to try and target that leg side boundary, and I wouldn't be surprised if Zampa goes across him again with that wrong, and just to try and get the top edge and pick up his wicket to close out the spell.
Zampa comes into Conway down the leg side. He's able to just flick it off his pad. Forward of square, thinks about a second, but just a single to close out the 15th over. Conway to 70 from 45 deliveries. Phillips on 7. New Zealand 2 for 144 after 15 overs. Great to have the company of Chris Green with you on Grandstand Cricket. Andrew Moore coming in to join him.
The T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport. Digital and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Everybody rise for you. Everybody cries like I do.
Clinchy, thank you. This very good performance by the New Zealand team continues 2 for 144 with 5 overs left. And Devon Conway, 70 of 45 deliveries. Glenn Phillips, 7 of 6. And Adam Zampa finishes his 4 overs, 1 for 39. Chris Green, good to be back with you, mate. What did you make of Zampa's 4 overs?
Yeah, it was interesting. They targeted him at times. He picked up that big wicket of Williamson. Stuart spoke about the poor shot selection that it was, but, you know, they did target him knowing that he's the key for Australia, I think, on this wicket. So I'm not surprised.
Josh Hazelwood bowling to Conway, and he flat bats this down the ground, along the ground towards Stoinis at a very square long on. And they take a single, 2 for 145 at the start of the 16th over. Conway moves to 71.
Yeah, going back to the question on Adam Zampa, he's not a big turner of the ball. He was able to get a bit of spin from his wrong. And what I am interested to see in the second innings, on the flip side, Ish Sodhi, he is a more conventional leg spinner, does look to spin his leg break. So against a lot of the right-handers of Australia, Kane Williamson, I'm sure, will be looking to use in the likes of Mitch Marsh, Marcus Stoinis, who have had the trouble with leg spin in the past.
This is Hazelwood's 3rd over. Pat Cummins has 1 over left. Mitchell Stark, 1 over left. Stoinis, 1 over left. Hazelwood, this is his 3rd. He's in bowling to Glenn Phillips, and he gives himself room and a swish and a miss. He tried to whack that away over backward point, I'd reckon, and it went over the top edge through to Matthew Wade. A good pace from Hazelwood. Score remains 2 for 145. He is fun to watch, isn't he?
He is fun to watch. And a little bit of backstory on Glenn Phillips, having spent a lot of time in the CPL with him. I think he holds national records for archery. As we see the team come together, sorry, but I'll continue my story, but it looks like they may look at a review, or there's some sort of delay here as Wade walks towards the bowler. It's not a review, I apologise.
No, it's not a review, but it's yet another delay. Anyway, keep going with you.
But yeah, now I've got more time to tell it. But yeah, he holds national records in archery. When I first started playing CPL cricket against him in the Caribbean, he was a keeper batter. We came back the COVID year 2020 and we caught up in St. Lucia as part of the bubble thing. And I spoke to him about his cricket, and he told me how much he hated wicket keeping. And he took up off-spin bowling, and he absolutely loves it. He would run on the beach every day, bowl off-spin in his room, and he's a fantastic character, loves the game, loves life. And
he was keeper here for his test debut, wasn't he?
He was. But yeah, despises it, loves his off-spin, rates himself as an off-spin, and he's playing a key role now in their white ball team as some handy part-time overs, and he did so in the previous CPL as well. But the archery one surprised me. It's a serious skill.
That is a serious skill, 100%. Text coming through 20467 920 222. These reviews always take a long time. Does that get taken into account when calculating how long the fielding side gave to bowl their 20 overs, asked Adam? It does, yes. That does come into account. So this innings is supposed to end in 17 minutes. What are we up to, the 16th over? This whole innings seems to have taken forever. Now, whatever that issue was, I think there was a change of bat for one of the New Zealanders. Hazelwood bowls to Phillips, gives himself room and just smashes this. It was shorter of a length, and he hits it with a cross bat through long off for a 3 bounce over the rope 4. Then Phillips moves to 11 off 8. New Zealand 2 for 149 in the 16th.
Yeah, the change of bat work that time for Glenn Phillips. The previous delivery, he's trying to create room for himself, backing away a little bit to the leg side, exposing his stumps, trying to target this shorter offside boundary. That time just clubbing it straight back past the bowler. And that ploy's brought about a fielding change. Deep third comes into the ring, and Marcus Stoinis at mid-off moves back to the boundary.
There's a mid-on Finch, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep fine leg, short third, backward point, deep point, and a cover. Hazelwood bowls to Phillips, and it's well pitched up, but Phillips hits it with some power for a Yorker down to Finch at mid-on, and they scamper through for a single. He's 12. New Zealand 2 for 150 with 2 balls left in the 16th over. Partnerships have been good. 56 was the opening stand between Finn Allen and Devon Conway. Came to an end in the 5th over. Allen 42 of 16 deliveries, 5 fours and 3 sixes, and then a 69-run partnership between Conway and Kane Williamson. It was LBW to Adam Zampa for a run of ball 23. Then it was 2 for 125. Hazelwood to Conway, and he just runs this backward at point, sets off for a single. It went straight to the fieldsman, And it's picked up by Dave Warner, but they both sit off together and they make it comfortably. Conway 72, 2 for 151, 1 ball to come in the over.
I'm very interested to see when they start to click into gear and try and push. I think they will definitely want above 200 after the start they've been given and the platform they've got. Only 2 wickets lost. Still got Nisham to come.
Yeah.
Still got plenty of firepower through that middle order. Mark Chapman can hit some funky shots as well. That left-hand, right-hand combination to target that short boundary would be very good to see.
Nisham has a strike rate of almost 164. This is wide and full and called a wide by umpire Dharmasena. Hazelwood not happy, but he was flirting with it. And another run to New Zealand, 2 for 152 in the 17th, and another ball to be bowled by Josh Hazelwood, who's pointing at the screen after looking at the replay and saying to the umpire, please, please. But it was close. It was close to that white line that's a guide, and I can't blame an umpire for calling that wide. It was right over the top of it. You're a bowler, so you'll disagree.
That's harsh.
Yeah. Here's Hazelwood. Bowls again, and Phillips hits this in the air. Straight back to the bowler. Hazelwood takes the catch. Without the wide, he wouldn't have had the wicket. Be careful what you complain about. And Hazelwood strikes. It was a pull shot by Phillips, a top edge. Back to the bowler. Hazelwood moved to his left, calmly took the catch. He has 2 for 27. Phillips caught and bowled Hazelwood for 12 of 10 deliveries. And New Zealand is now 3 for 152 after the 16th over.
Fantastic bowling from Hazelwood. Just backed his plan. Glenn Phillips trying to create room with mid-on up in the ring, trying to club the ball straight or through that offside. Hazelwood gets that extra bounce being so tall as a fast bowler. He's so consistent, and Glenn Phillips just splices it back to Josh Hazelwood. I'm sure as he went to collect his hat, he apologised for the complaint in the wide, just for you.
Yes, it was perfect, umpire. You were right. You're right all along. It's amazing how these things work out sometimes. So Glenn Phillips, 12 off 10 deliveries with 2 boundaries, out from the final ball of the 16th over. And it's 3 for 152, so a 27-run partnership with Conway for the 3rd wicket. And now it's James Nisham who comes to the crease. As I mentioned, he's really hard-hitting batsman Nisham. And his stats in this form of the game, well, they're pretty brutal. It's his 54th game of T20 Internationals, averages 24.5, and a strike rate of 163.65. Highest score, though, of only 48 not out against the West Indies. It's his 7th game against Australia, 87 runs at 29, and a strike rate of 197, which I think is good, is it not, Chris Green?
It's very good, and it's crucial for New Zealand coming in at the back end of the innings. 4 overs to go. He knows what he's going to get. He's getting an over from Stoinis, over from Stark, over from Cummins, over from Hazelwood, and they'll be looking to try and extend and get 50-plus runs.
So Marcus Stoinis in from the Randwick end to Conway, who drives this down the ground. Can he beat mid-off? Yes, he can. It races against the SCG turf for 4, right in front of the trumper stand. That was timing all the way from Conway, not to mention really good placement. He's 76 off 48. New Zealand 3 for 156 at the start of the 17th over.
Geez, he's been impressive tonight, Devon Conway, and that's just a textbook cricket shot, a punch down the ground, one we see so often here in Test match cricket at the SCG. He's gone through the gears brilliantly. He's attacked bowlers. He's played his natural game, and he's just a beauty to watch.
Has a high score of 99 not out. That was against Australia. Here he gets a slow bouncer from Stoinis, and he plays it along the ground towards deep square leg for a run. He's 77, 3 for 157.
You haven't tried to give him the curse of the 100, have you?
Not deliberately.
Can't be that biased calling the game.
No, not deliberately. I'm thoroughly enjoying watching him play. And in fact, I watched a lot of his debut Test innings on telly where he got 200 against England.
Fantastic, wasn't it?
He just seems such a complete player. And I think his Test career is 10 games deep. And he's been outstanding in that form of the game, averaging 51 with 3 centuries. Averages over 52 in T20 cricket. Now it's Stoinis bowling, and Nisham first ball doesn't quite time it. Chips it over the infield towards long on, and it's fumbled out there by Warner, but they don't come back for a second run. The old don't run on a misfield. So Nisham won. I always thought of Paul Fieldsman came up with that catch cry. 3 for 158 in the 17th.
Just to cover up a mistake.
I reckon. Don't run on a misfield. No.
Yeah. Never run on my misfields anyway.
Especially if you've got Butterfield. You don't want to running on anything.
Oh, it's just because it stands out so much. You say it happens once in a blue moon, and this more often than not, you can run 2 or 3 on them.
So Stoinis it is, bowling now to Conway, who's so well set. And he slashes this away along the ground to deep point. We'll get a single only to Pat Cummins. Didn't travel all that quickly to Pat, so the Australian one-day international and test captain gets the ball into Wade. 78 now for Conway off 50. 3 for 159. 2 balls to come in the 17th. Marcus Stoinis, 2 balls left of his night's bowling work. He'll have a key role to play, you'd think, with the Willow loader. None for 36, his figures. Turns at the top of his mark. Comes in now past umpire Adrian Holdstock and bowls to Neesham, who's on the pull shot. It's it down towards deep backward square. Hazelwood is there in front of the members' pavilion. 1 run only. Neesham 2, 3 for 160 in the 17th.
It's been a very good over from Stoinis to his plan with the 4 fielders out on the leg side, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep fine leg, and then deep cover. He's good at taking the pace off, and it is that bigger boundary for the 2 left-handers out onto the leg side. So he bashes his surprise bounce is a lot quicker and surprises the batsman, having faced at the back end. It's a good ploy from him.
Now Conway, last ball of the over, waits for Stoinis, and he whips this away off his hip towards deep mid-wicket. Will only be a single as Glenn Maxwell is patrolling out there. So 1 more run. Conway will keep the strike. It's now 3 for 161. Conway 79, Neesham 2. And Marcus Stoinis 4 overs, none for 38. 3 for 161, so 9 runs off the 17th over. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. Welcome back, Maury. Love hearing you and Stewie. But Greenie goes all right. Keep up the good work, all from Bulldog Rabs.
Thank you, Rabs. I'm enjoying my time here. I'm being carried by a great crew. It's a lot of fun.
Enjoying the turn of phrase of the young man, says Mayhead. There's only one young man here. Well, Clinchy's pretty young, but you're the youngest, Greenie. So take the rap there.
Thank you. Very, very kind listeners.
Chris Green, who's been travelling the world, knows a thing or two about this T20 caper. 3 overs left, 18 balls. What's the target for New Zealand with 7 wickets in the shed?
I think, in the modern game, you don't really set targets, but I think they've got to maximise looking at that 12, 15, particularly with that short boundary now to the leg side for the 2 lefties.
Cummins bowls and Conway hits this with force, but again, can't pierce the field. Straight to the deep point, Stark. And he'll move to 80 of 52, 3 for 162. Mr. Moore, that's very formal. Is Neesham in a relation to the horse trainer Annabelle Neesham? If so, pretty talented family. I have no idea. Well, we'll find out for you, though. Whoever sent that text?
Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore.
Can you just keep that coming now for the rest of the night?
Ask Mr. Google.
Hang on, we're getting some information. Stand by. Here's Cummins now bowling to Mr. Neesham. Cummins bowls and Neesham pulls this ball high, far 6. That's 15 rows back over mid-wicket. That came right out of the middle of his bat. James Neesham, 8, 3 for 168 in the 18th over. And Annabelle Neesham is no relation. She is from the UK. But Neesham, well, that was just from the middle of the willow, wasn't it?
There's that short boundary and there's that 190 strike rate. From the get-go, so many players are training this now in this T20 format. These two want to try and extend this over and the last over from this end.
Cummins bowls Neesham wide of off stump, and it's all deemed a wide. That was on the fringe as well. So another run to the Black Caps, and another ball to be bowled by Pat Cummins, who's in his 4th over and has none for 38. 3 for 168. Remember the figures of Mitchell Stark in the final last year? It was 4 overs, none for 60. 4 overs for 60.
It's crazy. This game's getting, the batters are getting more and more better. They're practicing it. It's a tough game for the bowlers. We get more chances, but we get more chance to get hit for 6.
So now it's a tough life. Cummins bowls to Neesham, who goes the aerial route over cover. Stark is there, picks it up on the first bounce. Just 1 now for Neesham. He's 9 of 4, and New Zealand 3 for 169 in the 18th. Louise and Alice are listening to us in the MA Noble stand just down here somewhere. They say go Australia. Louise, Alice, hope you're having fun. Capacity here is, early 40,000s. There are a few empty seats. I'd say we're around the 34,000, 35,000 mark. But they're certainly into the festival atmosphere of the beginning of this stage of the T20 World Cup, the Super 12s. So now Cummins bowling to Conway, who's 80 off 52. There are 15 balls left in the innings. Cummins around the wicket, well wide of off stump. That is a wide. Kumar Dharmasena had no decision really there. He extends the arms, and this tough night for one of the greatest bowlers in recent history, Pat Cummins, 3 for 171, still 3 balls to come in the 20th.
Yeah, and straight away with that short boundary for the left-handers to the leg side, Pat Cummins, although he's round the wicket, which is an interesting plan for me, he's pushing the ball out wider, trying to get both Neesham and Conway hit out to that longer boundary to the offside, and typically it's less damaging for most batters.
Cummins to Conway, shortcut, not timed along the ground. He'll just get a single Conway, so he moves to 81. 3 for 172. 2 balls to come in the 18th over after Finn Allen made 42, Kane Williamson 23, and Glenn Phillips 12. And among the batting to come, Mark Chapman, Mitchell Santner, and then the bowlers who can slog a bit, Tim Southey, Lockie Ferguson, Ish Sodhi, and Trent Bolt will have a really key role to play, not only tonight, but for New Zealand's World Cup chances.
Yeah, those bowlers, the swing bowlers in particular, are Bolt and Southey. We joked a little bit off air at the start about Aaron Finch's front pad being nervous, put on, I think it was Stuart Clark's joke. I may have stolen it, but yeah, they're going to
tell it better. Stewie's only on his 3rd dinner at the moment, so
must be. You can talk while he's in there, isn't it? Easy target.
Now it's Cummins. Bowls to Neesham, full toss outside off stump, and he can only club it down towards Tim David, long off. Coming back for the second is Conway, great running. Might have caught Tim David a little unaware. Brilliant stuff by Conway. 2 to Neesham. He's 11, 3 for 174. And this over is so far, cost 13 runs. The 2 wide don't help. There's 1 ball to come.
There is, and it's been interesting to watch Pat Cummins play with his field. That ball, fine leg went back and square leg came up. We've seen him change again. I'm surprised that an extra field is back on the offside and square leg stays in the ring, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes wide.
Long off. And this one is a top edge from Neesham, but it may fall in no man's land. It does, almost on the 30-metre circle. In comes the long on Maxwell, whips the return back, but they quickly run through for another couple. Great speed there from Devon Conway again. Neesham 13, 2 off that delivery, 15 off the over, 2 overs to go. New Zealand 3 for 176. Conway 81 off 53, Neesham 13, and Stewie Clark just walked back in, finishing his 3rd dessert, patting his tum-tum after 5 gruelling overs for the Sutherland 4th grade side earlier today. So now it's going to be Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood to finish this off, but 200's looking well and truly on the cards, Chris Green.
It is, and they'll be targeting that. You know, I don't think they'll be too disappointed about a smaller over here, that they'll still be swinging hard, but knowing that 2 left-handers are at the crease. Hazlewood's a great bowler, but they do have that shorter boundary on the leg side. So Stark's known for his Yorkers. Straight away, we've got 4 fielders out on the leg side. I wouldn't be surprised if Stark's going full and straight with a mixture of into the wicket, using his bouncer and his slower ball into the wicket, just to try and shut down the angle for both left-handers and use that big pasture we have out on the leg side.
With 4 out, long on, mid-wicket, backward square, fine leg. Mitchell Starc, left armour, bowls now to Conway, who slashes this to cover. Can't beat the infield. Well, that's parried away by Aaron Finch. They can't come back for a second run. Conway 82, 3 for 177. And James Neesham back on strike, 13 off 6.
Yeah, and look, I think a talking point in this game and is the fielding for Australia. We haven't dropped, well, there was 1 drop catch early from Zampa. It was a tough chance, but all of their ground fielding and movement to the ball by the Australian standards in T20 cricket, but all cricket, has been quite lacking. And as a team that's played a lot of cricket together recently, I am surprised to see.
A lot of drop catches in Canberra last week in those 1.5 T20 games. Finally comes inside the circle. Clamping down on a Yorker is Neesham. Chopped it onto his pad, I reckon. And they scampered through for a quick run, and there was some edge on that delivery. So 3 for 178 with Neesham 14 from 7 deliveries. This innings, well, they've got 3 minutes to get into the final over. So even though Stark started to sprint back to his mark, you'd think they'll be okay. But they're going to have a huge run chase, the Australian team.
They are, and it'd be interesting to see this. Often in the wickets in Australia, I find the wickets get better under lights, and it can slide on a little bit with a bit of moisture. So
Stark bowls, and Conway one-handed loft this to deep backward square, and the ball falls in front of the fielder down there, Stoinis, and then it's backed up by Hazlewood, and they'll come back for a second run. You thought off the bat that might carry to the fieldsman, but just short of Stoinis, and Conway gets a couple. He's 84, 3 down for 100. And Oh, the scoreboard's gone off the... Oh, no, 3 for 180. There we go, with 9 balls left of the innings.
Yeah, and it was that slower ball from Stark, just forcing the false shot from Conway. And I spoke about the fielding that ball earlier. That was a great bit of fielding from Stein. It's not easier running in like that, not knowing whether to go for the catch, not willing to sit back and defend the boundary.
Stark to Conway, punches it to mid-off, sets off with the stroke, and picked up inside the circle by Tim David. 1 run only. So Australia will take that. Conway 85 off 56. 3 for 181. 2 balls left in the 19th over. Of course, we've got this game here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and then later tonight from 10 o'clock Australian Daylight Time, Eastern Time. In other words, about 2 hours and 18 minutes from now, it's England against Afghanistan at Perth Stadium. So in comes Stark. Now bowling to Neesham, who's 14. Stark bowls and Neesham clubs this away towards a wide long on, but hit it too well to get a second run. Even though Neesham was interested, it's a really good return back to the bowler Stark. And a nice job by Dave Warner in the outfield. 3 for 182, 1 ball to come in the 19th. Neesham 15.
He's run plenty of twos tonight, Conway, so I'm sure he's blowing and wouldn't mind the little rest, try and slow it down, push the timer as close as possible to that, but just to catch his breath and ensure that he's still in a great position to clear the ropes and make good decisions.
6 runs off this over so far. It's Stark bowling to Conway. He's been there from the start. He places this brilliantly through extra cover for 4. There was protection at cover and mid-off, but Conway, as he's done so often this evening, finds the gap and moves to 89. And at the end of the 19th over, New Zealand 3 for 186, so they do get 10 off it, which is almost their run rate through the entire innings. But what about that shot from Devon Conway? Just outside off stump, and he punished Mitchell Stark.
He's been classy all night from the get-go. Anytime the Australian bowlers have over-pitched their deliveries, he's been able to take them on down the ground in the air. He's hit some great shots along the ground, and that time just a cover drive. Mitchell Stark going for that Yorker to try and close out his over and his spell for tonight. Misses with width, misses with length, and Devon Conway just picks the gap. Easy, nonchalant, and great to watch.
So Josh Hazlewood will finish things off, 2 for 27 off his 3 overs. Number 1 ranked bowler in the world in this form of the game. On the SMS, Mark says, Maury, I heard you like your dessert too. I tell you what, the dinner here tonight, Greenie, was as good as I've had at the SCG in years. And the pastries, top notch. I don't know whether you went pastries. As Hazlewood bowls and beats the outside edge of Neesham's bat. What a valuable dot ball that is, as it's taken by Wade. 3 for 186. 5 balls to come in the New Zealand innings.
Huge dot ball to start off the last over of the innings, and he's gone to that ploy, going across the Neesham, across the left-hander, away from that shorter leg side boundary, and he's gone for that full Yorker. But back to the food, ravioli, delicious, chicken, unbelievable.
And I
pastries will be getting
a tiny bit of lasagna too. That was top notch as well.
Maybe seconds for me.
Hazlewood in bowling to Neesham. It's well pitched up. It's a Yorker, and it nearly beat the short fine leg fieldsman in Zampa. They've got 1. They come back for a second throw to the bowler's end, but they scamper through for 2. And Zampa did a good job really to prevent that racing away for 4 as he got his hand to it. He probably thinks he could have collected it, but it was an awkward dive to his left. And Neesham 17, 3 for 188, 4 balls to come.
That's one place. It's horrible field.
You don't like short fine leg, do you?
No, they usually put the worst fielder there as well. So I think the best thing to do is practice your fielding to ensure you don't go there, because you get no cues. You're expected to catch it as a reflex or stop it like a reflex. So Zampa did well.
Hazlewood to Neesham. Down the ground he goes, the aerial route coming in. David from long off, just a single. He didn't get hold of that, Neesham. He moves to 18, 3 for 189 with 3 balls to come.
Now then, 3 balls from Hazlewood, Conway 89. I'd love to imagine opening this stage of the tournament with 100 at the SCG. It'd be fantastic for him, fantastic for the tournament. And now I'm just going to sit back and not talk, because I think I could have just given him the curse, but I'd love to see this go for 6.
You're desperate to get a commentator's curse under your belt, aren't you? Look, Chris, I promise you this, mate.
If you call it before it happens, then hopefully it doesn't happen.
That's like the reverse psychology trick. Here's Hazlewood. Bowls to Conway. Attempts a ramp. It's up in the air. Ends up going over the top of short third man. Stark in pursuit. Dives, saves it inside the rope. They've come back for a second run, and here comes Neesham for a third. So Conway's off strike, but he's 92 off 58 with 2 balls to come I don't think even he can hit an 8. 3 for 192.
Red Inker again, 99 not out. He just wants to keep getting 90s not out against the Aussies.
That ramp, by the way, Greenie, they're just showing the replay. He's tried to do it on the onside, hit the very outside edge of his bat and flew over short third man for 3. That's what happens when you're batting like he is.
Yeah, well, we saw that adjustment earlier to Cummins. He shaped up for the ramp and then changed to that late dab off the full ball that went for the easy 4. Look, easy as you like. So he's done it again.
Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square on the onside as Neesham clubs this down to long on with force. But Maxwell's there to field. Conway's coming back for a second run. Throw to the keeper's end is high. Wade gathered it, threw at the stumps from approximately 2.5 feet away and missed. So they do get a second run, and Neesham moves to 20. 3 for 194. What price Neesham hitting one out of the park to bring up 200 for New Zealand off the last ball?
I think he's hoping
for a second run. Throw to the keeper's end is high. Wade gathered it, threw at the stumps from approximately 2.5 feet away and missed. So they do get a second run, and Neesham moves to 20. 3 for 194. What price Neesham hitting one out of the park to bring up 200 for New Zealand off the last ball?
I think he's hoping to. Both of these batters are on their feet. They've had a 2, they've had a 3, and that's their second 2 of the over. Doesn't happen often in T20 cricket. They're sucking them in. Conway's been there for the whole innings.
42-run partnership. Last ball of the New Zealand innings, which has been magnificent. Hazel to Neesham. Hits it high, hits it far, hits it for 6. What a way to finish. They get over 200. Neesham, 26 off 13. Not a bad little cameo. Conway, 92 off 58. And New Zealand will finish. Well, they've got 3 for 200, but that should be 202, should it not? Oh, no, they're 194. Takes them to 200. I should have listened to myself.
Mr. Moore, I was just about to give you a rap for calling it.
That's not a mass broadcast. 3 for 200, 14 off the last over, and what a way for New Zealand to finish it. What a way for them to start this T20 World Cup.
Yeah, after being put into bat by Aaron Finch and Finn Allen started the fireworks. Devon Conway, what a knock that was. Really holding the innings together. And then we spoke about the fireworks and firepower that Jimmy Neesham possesses as he walked to the crease, and didn't he deliver? 190 strike rate, he blew that out of the water.
So going through the card, 3 for 200 New Zealand after being sent into bat by the Australian captain Aaron Finch. Now, Finn Allen was bowled by Josh Hazlewood for 42 of 16 deliveries with 5 fours and 3 sixes. In the 5th over, it was 1 for 56. He was dropped at short fine leg, Chris Green's favourite fielding position, by Adam Zampa when he was 19. Then a 69-run stand between Kane Williamson and Conway before Williamson was LBW to Adam Zampa for 23 off 23 deliveries with 1 4 and 1 6 in the 14th over, 2 for 125. Glenn Phillips came and went, was caught and bowled by Josh Hazlewood for 12 off 10 deliveries with 2 boundaries. It was 3 for 152. Devon Conway finishes 92 not out of 58 deliveries. So he's only faced less than half of the balls bowled in the innings. 92 not out of 58, 7 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of more than 158.5. James Neesham, talk about a nice cameo at the back end. 26 not out, 13 deliveries, no fours, 2 sixes. There were 5 extras, all of them wides. New Zealand 3 for 200. Mitchell Stark, 4 overs, none for 36. So his last 8 overs against New Zealand in T20 World Cup games, 8 overs for 96. That ain't good. Josh Hazlewood, 4 overs, 2 for 41. Who said this wasn't a match broadcast? Pat Cummins, 4 overs for 46. Marcus Stoinis, 4 overs for 38. And Adam Zampa, 4 overs, 1 for 39. But even though he was gone for over 10 and over, I thought Hazlewood was the pick of the bowlers. What about you?
No, definitely the pick of the bowlers. And pre-air, there was a lot of chat from all of us about, we were uncertain about how this wicket would play. First match on it. Typically, it can be conducive to some lower scores here, particularly in the Big Bash last season. But props have to go to the curators. It looks like a beautiful wicket. The way that the New Zealanders played from the get-go was brilliant, and it looked like it came on. There wasn't much spin on offer. The slower balls weren't holding too much, and it's going to be an exciting run chase. And I expect Aaron Finch and David Warner to try and capitalise on that power play, as will Mitchell Marsh, particularly the way he's been targeting it, batting at 3.
And the Australians, they couldn't run down 208 a week and a bit ago against England in Perth, and then in Canberra Wednesday week ago. They were set a pretty challenging target there by England in that second of the T20s. The target was 179. They couldn't get that done, and then they were heading for certain defeat in a washed-out game 3. So they may not be playing with the confidence that you'd normally expect from a defending champion that's hosting.
Yeah, and it's not an easy feat. Anytime a team scores 200 or 200 plus in T20 cricket, you're asking 10 and over. So, a good over here or there from New Zealand, it goes for 5, 6 wickets. It starts pushing that rate up. And, in the modern game, we're sort of comfortable when the rate's floating around 12s, 13s, particularly with the firepower and the depth that Australia have. But if New Zealand can push that up early to 14, 15 and over, then it's going to be a very tough ask. Doesn't matter how good this wicket is. Doesn't matter how short that one boundary is as well.
Tony from Park says, great call tonight, Andrew and team. Surely tonight New Zealand can't lose. Ooh, don't say that yet. It's a big score in Australia, looking as bad as their warm-up games. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge for the Australians. Finch and Maxwell are out of runs at the moment, so can they get it together on this stage? They've certainly done it in the past. 201 the target after New Zealand amassed 3 for 200 with Devon Conway, 92 not out, 58 deliveries, 7 fours and 2 sixes. James Neesham at the end, 26 not out off 13 balls. Greenie, we'll go and have our second course, or our second serving of the first course. Get some more pastries. A big target coming up here for Australia at the SCG. 201 to win. You'll hear the opening stages of that with Matt Clinch and Stewie Clark. Right now, though, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
This is ABC News with David Rowlands. The Prime Minister says an extra 150 Defence Force personnel are on standby to assist with floods in New South Wales. Anthony Albanese says 3 helicopters will also be on standby to help with nighttime search and rescue. Mr Albanese is urging people in flood-affected regions to listen to the advice from emergency services. Residents of Kerrang in northern Victoria are once again being urged to evacuate, with flooding on the Loddon River now not expected to peak until tomorrow. The town is largely isolated by floodwaters, but authorities say there are 2 evacuation routes open to Swan Hill. Residents are being asked to move outside of the flood zone immediately, as evacuation routes may be closed with little warning. Meantime, southeast Queensland is bracing for heavy rainfall and flash flooding, with falls expected to worsen overnight. Brisbane and nearby Redland City Council have asked residents to prepare for significant rainfall. Further north, the Gympie, Noosa and Fraser Coast Councils are warning residents to secure their belongings and stay off the roads. The North Burnett Regional Council is urging locals in Biggenden and Darlanelle to prepare to evacuate if conditions worsen. The Bureau of Meteorology's Peter Claassen says the system is expected to deteriorate this evening.
There's a risk of widespread heavy rainfall, so looking at 24-hour totals in the 100 to 150 millimetre range for Brisbane in the next 24 to 36 hours or so, with isolated falls as high as 300 millimetres possible.
This is ABC News.
On the ABC Listen app, you can select your own news stream and listen to up-to-the-minute news that matters to you whenever you want. Select world news,
Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
or local news,
Stability Royal Commission,
or both. Choose to get Triple J News, finance, and the news from the state, territory, or regions that you want to hear about. Stream all the sports or no sports. It's totally up to you. Choose the news that matters to you on the ABC Listen app.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
Everything changes once you start playing basketball again, because that's where the narrative shifts. I just think they really can't get rid of him. He loves cricket too much.
There's kind of 2 classes of sport here, and netball is not in the top one.
We got better shoes that we're wearing. You get better conditions in races sometimes, and the 2-hour marathon's going to go.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
Hi, I'm Aaron Finch.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
And it's great to have your company from the SCG, Australia and New Zealand, in which the Aussies will need 201 for victory in their first match of the T20 World Cup. Great to have your company, Matt Clinch, alongside former Australian fast bowler Stuart Clark. We're touching on, Clarkie, the fact that New Zealand haven't beaten Australia in Australia since 2011. Well, that's one way to make a start in a World Cup. The electrics, the fireworks from Finn Allen at the top of the order, 42 from 16 deliveries. Devon Conway, 92 from 58 deliveries. The anchor throughout the innings with good support from Kane Williamson, 23 from 27. Glenn Phillips, 12 from 10. And Jimmy Neeson coming in at the end, 26 from 13 deliveries, gets New Zealand to 3 for 200 from their 20 overs. 200!
What an amazing first innings that was by New Zealand, and they've got all the momentum as they head out onto the field at the moment. The lights are shining, the natural light has gone away, Sydney's in darkness, and the New Zealanders, well, they make their way out with a big job for the Australians. You can see Davey Warner and Aaron Finch stride out to the middle. Aaron Finch does his little lean before the rope, as he's done all his career. He moves out into the middle, gets ready for what will be hopefully for the Australian supporters, an amazing run chase. They're going to need to bat well. They're going to need to get off to a flying start, hit the ball to all parts of the boundary and really take charge of this 6-over power play. If they can do that, they then set the game up for the likes of Stoinis and David and co to come in and bludgeon the ball to all parts later on.
Don't forget the second match for tonight. Today, if you're listening in the UK, it's approaching 10 a.m. there. Will be from Perth between England and Afghanistan straight after this one. So if you're listening to us on ABC Sport Digital across Australia or via the ABC Listen app or, of course, on the BBC, we'll take you there at the conclusion of this match. But, of course, a lot of focus on Aaron Finch, having made his retirement as the captain of the one-day international side for Australia. He comes into this T20 tournament with scores of 76 in the warm-up match against India, 113 against England in the second T20 match. Didn't get a run in the third, 12 against England in the first and 15 against the West Indies. So in his 101st T20 international, 3,013 runs, a highest score of 172 with an average of 33, a strike rate of 144, 2 centuries and 18 half-centuries for the Australian captain. He'll be keen to strike on the right note.
And Bolt's going to take the new pill from down at the Randwick end of the ground. You've got 2 slips, plenty of catching men there because we know he can shape the ball away from the left-hander. He'll be looking forward to get Aaron Finch on strike. He's had all sorts of success against Aaron Finch, trapping him in front. That front pad gets in the way. And Trent Bolt, he'll know what he needs to do. Can he execute his skills as the New Zealanders get ready to take on the Aussies?
Trent Bolt has dismissed Aaron Finch 8 times in international cricket, more than any other player. So there's 2 slips in place for Trent Bolt. And he's ready to start the Australian batting innings, needing 201 for victory. Bolt at the top of his mark. Comes in over the wicket, bowling to the left-hander Warner. He leans forward, pushes it out. Forward a point, some great fielding prevents the single.
It was Allen.
It was diving to his left.
Good early on. Always a good early on player in the field and with the bat. Big Superman dive there to field one backward point.
Just got it with his fingertips to prevent the single to open the innings for Australia.
He does like the first 6 overs, Allen. It's where he shines.
42 from 16 deliveries. As Bolt comes in to Warner, who's looking to play outside of off stump.
It's the delivery he's looking for from the left-hander, just going away, pitching a little bit through the air, a little bit off the seam. Perfect seam position. What a swing, David Warner, no feet, just fending at it with his hands, lucky not to nick it.
So 2 slips at the moment. Neesham at first slip, Southey at second, Sodhi coming up from deep third. They've got Ferguson down at fine leg. Sodhi hasn't come up, has now been sent back down again.
I thought he was going into gully.
As Trent Bolt comes charging into the left-handed Warner, who's forward but playing straight to cover point. And Neesham does the fielding.
And this is what happens if you don't get a couple away early. We saw with New Zealand, they got a couple away early on and bang, they were flying. No runs thus far from the first 3 deliveries. Warner's picked out the third, played and missed. Just feels slowly but surely. More pressure, more pressure.
3 dot balls to start with. Of course, New Zealand were 14 off the first over. Finn Allen with some sort of statement against Mitchell Starc. We're not here to make up the numbers. We're here to make a statement. Trent Bolt right on the money. Start this New Zealand innings. Comes in and bowls to David Warner, who's edging and just wide of Neesham at first slip. Lunging to his left, couldn't get a hand to it.
Well, they've just changed the field. They dropped the man out to deep point. They brought third man up. They bolstered the gully type area. It went right where second slip was. It was just a beautiful ball, pitched about middle, moving away. Warner, no feet, gets caught on the crease, nicks it. Would have gone right into the hands of second slip. Low down, would have been a simple catch. Yeah, the breaks in this sort of form of the game that if you...
Just wide of Neesham at first slip, but couldn't get his fingertips to it, and Bolt charge again. Warner's been, I think, distracted by the spider cam and decided to back out. And Trent Bolt will have to head to the top of his mark once more from the Randwick end here at the SCG. It was touted as a sellout. See some spare seats, Stewie, so that's a bit disappointing.
I don't think it's a sellout. I think that's it.
Bolt comes into Warner, a full delivery, works it off his pads through to mid-wicket. Quickly through for the single to move to 5. Australia none for 5 in the first over, chasing 201 for victory.
So there is, there's a good crowd in. I'm going to say it's around about the 30,000 mark. I think that seems to be about what it looks like. There's not a lot of corporate stuff. Corporate suites look a bit sparse through under the Broncos stand there and in the top of the Bill O'Reilly stand. I was going to call it the Pat Hill stand. But it was about 20 years ago. I was called that.
Showing your age there.
People look at me, who? Pat who?
Although you speak to someone from outside of New South Wales, so you'd almost probably get away from it.
But yeah, it's certainly not a very young audience.
One ball for Aaron Finch to face. Bolt wide outside the off stump, swinging back in. And Finch plays and misses, looking to work it through the offside. The end of the first over. Australia none for 5 with Warner on 5 and Finch yet to score.
Finch has got that look in his eyes. He's going to take the bowling on. Doesn't matter who dishes it up, whether it be Trent Bolt, whether it be Tim Southey. He looks as though he's just going to take it on. Seeing some replays here of Aaron Finch and that front pad, that issue he's got with it. He sort of plants it. If the ball swings back, his pad's in the wrong spot. It's almost in the way of the bat coming through. So he'll be looking to get that front left leg out of the way and then try and clear his front leg to hit the ball away down the ground.
So Tim Southey to pick up proceedings from the Paddington end of the SCG. Bolt and Southey, such regular contributors for New Zealand. And they'd love to get an early breakthrough here. What will be running through the mind of Aaron Finch? He's spoken about the psychological side of it, that when you're an opening batter, you're going to get out at some stage.
I think I'm hoping for Aaron Finch's sake, he just clears his mind and says, you know what, it's almost his last hurrah, isn't it? Doesn't matter what really happens, whether you get runs, whether you don't get runs. It's your last hurrah. Get out there and have some fun. I think if he takes that sort of mindset into the game, well, there's everything. He's got every chance of being successful. We've got an issue down here at the members' end. People standing next to the black side screen.
So that's just allowing for everyone to turn and ask them just to have their seat. As Tim Southey is ready to come into the attack. Bowling to David Warner. Back of a length and he's bowled. Warner fully through his stroke as it cannons into the stumps. New Zealand have the breakthrough and David Warner is out. 1 for 5.
David Warner trying to heave it away over square leg. Didn't look like it bounced. He was early on the shot. It just way through the ball. We're getting a replay now. And it just, oh my goodness gracious me. That is a dismissal of unluckiness. So he's hit it onto his pad, which has then hit his thigh pad, and on his follow-through, it's hit his bat and gone back onto the stumps.
Unbelievable.
You could watch, he couldn't do that again if he tried. But, unfortunately, that's the game. Australians lose their first wicket. David Warner, 5 off 6. Australians 1 for 5.
And as we see a look on the monitor as he makes his way off, he is shaking his head, and he's got almost a grin of disbelief. You got to be kidding me. Off the pad, onto the back of the bat, onto the stumps. He was standing in front of his stumps as we saw it from the Paddington end. So it was hard to pick out the deflection that had taken place, but Tim's smiling.
They're one of the ones you take your pads off and you go, I was a tad unlucky today.
How'd you get out, love? Well, you're not going to believe this story.
Yeah.
I managed to get it off my body, onto the back of my bat, onto my stumps.
No, you didn't. I don't know. I promise you that's how I got out.
So it brings out Mitch Marsh, Australia's number 3, the 31-year-old right-handed bat. In his 43rd T20 International, a highest score of 77. Of course, the hero of the T20 World Cup campaign in the UAE. So he's coming to the wicket a little bit earlier than he would have liked to have. And New Zealand having got the breakthrough through Tim Southey. Southey comes in over the wicket to Marsh, who's leaning forward and playing it down to mid-on where Lockie Ferguson does the fielding.
Both the two opening bowlers for New Zealand are good users of the new ball. What I mean when I say that is they both swing the ball, genuine swing through the air. Neither of them are great off the seam, but just puts that doubt in batters' minds that is this one going to swing? And if we saw the Australians that game in Canberra, when the ball swung, they looked all at sea.
Southey comes charging in over the wicket to Marsh, who opens up the blade, just trying to work it backward a point. Bit of a mismatch between the two batters as Marsh was in two minds and Finch called him through. There was comfortably a single on offer as it was just wide of the fielder. Marsh is off the mark, 1 for 6 in the second over. Australia chasing 201 for victory.
Another good piece of bowling there by Southey. Squared up Mitchell Marsh, looking to work that ball almost through the onside and leading edged it through backward point, and that mix-up was there. I feel far more comfortable with Aaron Finch facing the outswing as opposed to the inswing.
Couple of taps of the bat as Finch awaits Southey. Hit on the pad, going down the leg side.
A little inside edge on it as well, but certainly umpire Damascena not moved, and really a loud appeal. It was a stifled appeal. Look at that seam position by Tim Southey again. Yeah, going down. Looked a bit late on that Aaron Finch.
And that's going to be the question, isn't it? Just his reaction speeds.
Yeah, can he's searching for the ball still, and that just comes when you're out of form.
35-year-old Australian captain awaiting Tim Southey. Down the wicket he comes, hits it hard but straight to mid-off. Kane Williamson does the fielding. 1 for 6 in the second over.
I saw some highlights of his 160 or 70 order. I remember in England at the Rose Bowl there, probably 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
What an amazing innings that was. And you look at him, and age catches up with everyone. And I'm not judging Aaron Finch. He's been a wonderful servant of the game, but just looks a fraction slow.
Given he's been such a power hitter throughout his career as well, when the reactions are just that little bit off. Southey back of a length into Finch. He's able to work it through the vacant mid-wicket region, through for a single. As Ferguson comes up from mid-on to do the fielding. So after 2 overs, Australia 1 for 7, chasing 201 for victory. The run rate is already just under 11 and over after New Zealand started so well through the power play, scoring 1 for 65. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you.
And here comes the big test for Aaron Finch. Trent Bolt's going to bowl another over. The New Zealanders, they have a very different philosophy than the Australians. They like to go with their two premier fast bowlers up front, get the ball to swing while it can, and then they go to their variations throughout the course of the innings. Very dangerous over this. If Aaron Finch can get through this over, you sort of feel he can really get onto the other guys, but just has so much trouble with Trent Bolt.
Trent Bolt comes in to Finch, who hits high and long over mid-wicket into the crowd, up to the second tier.
That's gone into Fox Studios next door, I think. Went through the gap out the back door there.
Up to the second level of the O'Reilly stand. Aaron Finch says, let's resume this rivalry. I'm going to play off the front foot.
He was way down the wicket. He wasn't going to let the ball swing there. He got down the wicket and went bang.
Able to just sit back and watch it sail into the crowd.
And I think that's a better method for Aaron Finch. Don't give the ball a chance to swing. Trent Bolt's not bowling, and even when he's quicker ball, it's not really going to trouble a player of Aaron Finch's calibre.
Finch to 7 from 5 deliveries and just distracted, I think. Is that Spider Cam or?
No, the man was moving out of deep backwards. So they got no one deep on the offside. Don't be surprised if he comes down the wicket every ball here and just tries to take on Trent Bolt. He said it in the press conference leading in. So they're not going to mess around with this bloke anymore.
2 in the deeper at fine leg and deep mid-wicket. But the way Finch hit that first one, they won't matter. Awaiting Bolt here. He drives straight back past the bowler. Beautifully hit and timed down the ground. The chase is on and just unable to get there, Santner. As it just slowed up in front of the rope. 10 off the first 2 deliveries from Aaron Finch. He's 11. Australia are 1 for 17 in the third over.
Yeah, too full there. Bolt trying to get the ball to swing back into Aaron Finch, trap him in front, full toss. Aaron Finch punched it back down the ground.
So 5 off the first over. Australia finding a way to respond here as Finch awaits Bolt. Back of a length, he's looking to push it just out backward a point. It's fielded by Glenn Phillips. and a dot ball. Finch 11 from 7 deliveries. Marsh 1 from 2. Australia 1 for 17 in the third over after David Warner was out for 5 from 6 deliveries. An unlucky ricochet off the body onto the back of the bat and collecting his stumps.
Certainly unlucky. Sense that Aaron Finch is not going to sit still here. He's going to come running down the wicket again, any ball.
He's awaiting bolt here over the wicket, wide outside the off stump, and Finch trying to push it into the gap in the covers, but Phillips is able to do the fielding.
Such a powerful man, Aaron Finch. 2 men out on the leg side, any width. Aaron Finch is going to flay to open up his shoulders and just try and hit it away over the top of the offside. Another change in the field. There's fine legs coming up and deep mid wickets going back. He probably needs to go back over up the seating ramp and into where that little gap is over there to he's going to catch the last one.
Next delivery comes in from Bolt. Finch beautifully runs it just wide of the fielder at short third. They turn and come back for a couple. I think sliding in, Ferguson's able to deny the boundary as they pick up 2. So we might just have another look at that as he did charge into the Toblerone rope there.
Yeah, have a look. I think he got it pretty clean.
He was able to slide successfully, which is always a challenge at the start of a World Cup. Ferguson successful on that occasion.
The SCG would be quite hard underneath. It's not that you've seen the Gabba. I think it's the one that's really sandy.
12 off the over so far. Finch to 13 from 9 deliveries. Awaiting bolt. Full outside the off stump and driven by Finch to extra cover. And a dot ball to close out the over. So Finch 13 from 9 deliveries. Marsh 1 from 2. Australia 1 for 19 after 3 overs on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, of course via the ABC Listen app, and for our friends through BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Well, that's job 1 done for Aaron Finch. He had to get through the first 2 overs of Trent Boult. Now, he's played a couple of nice shots, got himself going. We're going to see a change for the New Zealanders. I think we're going to see some spin straight into the attack.
So it's going to be Santner who will come into the attack. So the 30-year-old with his left arm orthodox, having picked up 80 wickets in T20 cricket, his best is 4 for 11. Looking to try and just stem the momentum in which Aaron Finch is trying to build for Australia. It's a funny innings for New Zealand. We mentioned Finn Allen, 46 from 16 deliveries, so they scored 50 in the first 3.5 overs and then finished with a real flurry at the end.
Yeah, wickets in hand, good partnerships, and then all of a sudden blokes at the end just playing with complete freedom. I'd be surprised if Mitchell Marsh takes him downtown over deep long on here.
Santner left arm orthodox around the wicket as leaning forward is Marsh. He defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, you get the feeling Mitchell Marsh, he's not going to sit on this for too long. You got deep long off. There isn't particularly going to be a lot of turn, you wouldn't have thought. Try and clear his front pad and hit it straight over mid-on.
Comes in and bowls to the right-handed Mitch Marsh. Stepping across his line, sweeping backward of square leg, timing it well. Down to the rope for 4.
Nice shot that by Mitchell Marsh. Just walked into the line with the ball, got down on one knee, behind square leg. 2 fielders there, but he managed to hit it quite nicely away from the man closest to the umpire. Nice looking cricket shot, that.
Mitchell Marsh, 5 from 4 deliveries. Australia 1 for 23 in the 4th over. And your answer as to how long he'd wait? Well, 2 balls was the answer. The patience game for Mitch Santner didn't last long. Santner this time a quicker delivery and an inside edge onto the pad. As it trickles out onto the offside. Australia 1 for 23 in the 4th over.
He's not a noted player of spin. He likes the fast bowling, does Mitchell Marsh. I think he's come into the attack because Mitchell Marsh probably not as noted playing spin as he is against the quicker bowlers. Change in the field, deep backward squares gone out onto the fence and deep long on. I imagine this will be fairly straight, this delivery.
Santner with his left arm orthodox. Around the wicket, bowls to Marsh, hitting high over the top of extra cover. That's a long way back. 6.
That's a massive hit by Mitchell Marsh. Not great bowling that. Mitchell Marsh, all the fielders on the offside are up. Mitchell Marsh, he just lobbed it up on a length outside off stump. Mitchell Marsh said, "Thank you very much," and just plundered it into the top, or into the top deck or the upper deck there of the Bill O'Reilly stand. I would have thought he would have speared with the two men out on the onside. I would have thought he would have speared it in at the stumps, but he went with a different option, paid the price.
96 metres, that's 6 over cover. And Mitchell Marsh is 11 from 6 deliveries, a 4 and a 6. Australia 1 for 29 in the 4th over.
They don't have to wipe the ball anymore, I know. So that's all gone too. Remember they used to get the crowd, that's all gone.
Yep, the pandemic, of course, through COVID. Santner into Marsh, short once more. Marsh is able to just turn it off his pad. Just forward of square leg through for a single where the fielders are all back.
I would have thought that's more the delivery that he should have bowled the ball before. Like fired it in at leg stump.
It is an interesting battle though, isn't it? As to whether there is much turn there for the spinners or whether they're just bowling darts at the start of the innings, especially in the power play.
Yeah, I think there's no point getting carried away. Fire him in nice and quick.
11 off the over so far. Santner around the wicket to Finch, makes room, hits in the air, straight to the fielder, who takes the catch at cover. Kane Williamson couldn't believe it as he took the catch and didn't have to move, and Aaron Finch is out for 13. Caught Williamson from the bowling of Santner. A good over for the Aussies, but it finishes with a wicket. They're 2 for 30 after 4 overs.
He got it good, Aaron Finch. He timed it well. He just picked the man out who was standing on the circle. Kane Williamson, he sort of half dropped it and it landed and hit his chin. And he tucked it in there in that big beard of his, and that was it. He was all over for Aaron Finch. Fortunately, he didn't just get enough elevation or didn't get enough loft. Probably needed a 9-iron, only hit a 7. Kane Williamson took the catch. Santner's picked up another one. Australia 2 for 30.
We spoke about the battle with Trent Bolt. He survived that, looked impressive, looked to attack. Then the last ball, Santner floated fed up and he couldn't help himself, but just didn't time it well enough to clear Kane Williamson.
Just didn't get it up high enough, did he? You could see his intent. His intention was right. It was just missed out, picked the wrong ball or picked the wrong length.
So 2 for 30 Australia, chasing 201 for victory. New Zealand in comparison after 4 overs were none for 56. So they need a partnership here, the Aussies.
And Allen was 46 of those.
That's right. He was still there at that stage. 42 from 16 deliveries.
Conway was standing down the other end thinking, wow, this is interesting. He ended up getting 90.
Oh, that's the thing. He was the anchor. Tim Southey now is bowling from the Randwick end, and the first delivery to Mitchell Marsh, who's forward and pushing it into the offside. A dot ball to start the 5th over.
Maxwell's joined Mitchell Marsh out in the middle. There's a replay. He just didn't get enough elevation, and Kane Williamson took a pretty simple catch in the end. But Glenn Maxwell's last 12 months probably haven't been his best in his career, and Australians really need him tonight to stand up and deliver one of the big show innings that he can.
Southey comes in, full delivery to Marsh, who just beautifully flicks it off his pads. Backward of square for 4. A little bit of width, and Mitch Marsh did the rest.
Very nice looking shot, that. Just sort of too straight. Mitchell Marsh just poised, balanced, flicked it away over the man fielding it short, fine leg. It wasn't a horrible, it was a slower ball. Mitchell Marsh picked it nice and early and just flicked it away.
Marsh 16 from 9 deliveries. Australia 2 for 34 in the 5th over. Glenn Maxwell's recent form, 23 against India, 8 against England in the 2 T20s before that, and 1-0 against the West Indies. Southey comes in. Marsh looking to play across the line off an outside edge. It balloons out onto the offside. Well short of Sodhi.
Just looked like it bounced a bit, that delivery for Southey, and Mitchell Marsh looking to work it away through the onside. Probably the bounce did him more than anything else there.
Mitchell Marsh 16 from 10 deliveries. Couple of taps of the bat as he waits. Tim Southey, a slower delivery. Was there a little trickle off the outside edge, or I think it might have been the pad, as Conway comes down the pitch and he's in conversation. You think it was a shout for LB?
Shout for LB.
And too high?
Too high, I reckon. Hit him on the inner thigh guard on the back leg, I reckon. It's too high. They may go upstairs, but too high. I think the consensus, just looking at Kane Williamson's body language and his lip reading, my lip reading skills aren't the best, Finch. I think he said too high, and we'll have a look at it. It sort of hit him on the back thigh of his back leg. We'll get a replay here. Slow ball again. It's a big off-cuttery type ball. outside the line as well, but yeah, too high. And probably maybe even outside the line, I would
I
have
think
thought.
so, yeah.
Southey was certainly excited.
He was excited, yeah.
It was Curtly Ambrose back in the heyday, that.
So Marsh 16 as he waits. Southey hitting long and high. It's in the air. This should be taken. The fielder's underneath it at deep mid-wicket and takes the catch. Jimmy Neesham was underneath the high ball, was able to hold his nerve, and Mitchell Marsh is out for 16 from 12 deliveries. Australia 3 for 34 in the 5th over.
Yeah, it looked like another slower ball then again from Southey. Just looking at a replay here. Yeah, another off-speed type delivery, big off-cutter. Mitchell Marsh trying to go straight down the ground with a little bit of spin that was off the surface from his slower ball type action. Jimmy Neesham actually looked like for a little while there he was all running around in circles, and then all of a sudden, as the ball came down, he was nice and steady and caught it. So good piece of fielding by Jimmy Neesham out there, taking a ball that went well above the grandstand, I would have thought. Took it pretty simply in the end. I was backing the ball there for a few. I was like, oh, hello, come on.
It did bring back sort of memories of down at Geelong when a couple of the first couple of games of the T20 World Cup were dropped in the last 3 or 4 overs, and you thought, goodness me, the bowlers.
I promise you, there's no worse fielding. You'll ask Greedy when you come. When you drop a catch in front of the crowd, there's no worse fielding in the game. It's the worst. It's like if you could dig a hole and go into it, you would.
So after New Zealand lost 3 wickets from their 20 overs, posting 3 for 200, Australia have lost 3 wickets in the opening 5 overs inside the power play. They're 3 for 34. And I was chatting to Greeny about sort of the cardinal sin of new batters coming to the wicket, and we have 2 of them in Marcus Stoinis, the new batter, making his way out, and Glenn Maxwell. Neither have faced a ball.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that it's very hard to keep the momentum going. We just got new batters at the crease.
Stoinis, of course, 33 years of age, the right-hand bat, playing in his 48th T20 International, a highest score of 78, an average of 28, including 150 in his T20 career. But at the start was known as a finisher in the one-day internationals. He's going to have to try and provide some sort of platform here for the Australians. At 3 for 34 with 1 ball to come in the 5th over. Southey into Stoinis, who's forward and pushing it to mid-wicket for a dot ball to close out the over. So Australia 3 for 34, chasing 201 for victory. Stoinis and Maxwell yet to get off the mark after David Warner was out for 5, Aaron Finch for 13, and Mitch Marsh, the last batter, out for 16. Stuart Clark's with you on Grandstand Cricket. Andrew Moore about to join in.
This is the T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app,
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
What about the day New Zealand's having to open their World Cup campaign? Scoring 3 for 200 having been sent in, and now has Australia at 3 for 34 after 5 overs, having not won here in any format in 11 years. As the speed of Lockie Ferguson will come on for the first time from this Paddington end, Stewie, they've done everything right so far. 3 for 34, needing 201 Australia.
Come with good plans, good change-ups, and well ahead in the game now.
Ferguson bowling to Maxwell. It's the first ball he's faced, and he's off the mark immediately, just to the right of mid-on. And it's picked up by Bolt. Last over of the power play. 3 for 35 Australia. Maxwell 1, Stoinis yet to score. Dave Warner gone for 5 in the most outrageous bowl you've ever seen. Twice off the bat, once off the body. Aaron Finch 13. Mitchell Marsh 16 on 12 balls. 2 fours and a 6. And he sensed that was the big partnership, Marsh and Maxwell.
Yeah, you certainly did. It was going to be the one. Mind you, the 2 blokes at the crease, Stoinis, we know, can be very, very damaging. And Maxwell, well, if he can improve on his stats, we know that once he gets a hold of the game, we've seen it over the years, very, very hard to wrestle the momentum and the match back from him.
Lockie Ferguson, 31 years of age, made his debut in 2017. 22nd game, 32 wickets, an average of 16.12 and an economy rate well under 7. So he's on his way. Bowling now to Stoinis, who's playing this away square on the offside. Beat the backward point. Can't beat the man coming around from cover point. And it's a dot ball after Finn Allen got a hand to it. And he bowled that delivery at a reasonably cracking pace. In fact, I'm hearing already around the ground, people haven't seen a ball bowled at that speed since the Sutherland fourth grade side earlier today with Stewie Clark off the long run.
Oh, yeah. No.
151 k that one.
It was very, very sharp. This guy bowls genuinely fast.
He's in bowling again to Stoiner, short of a length, and he's rushed to a defensive shot. Square on the onside. They rush through for a single as the fielding is done there ultimately by Mark Chapman. So Stoinis off the Stoinis 1, Maxwell 1, 3 for 36 in the 6th over. Now, this is the last over of the power play. At the end of New Zealand's power play, they were 1 for 65. Australia currently 3 for 36.
Slight difference.
Slight difference. You don't see that too often, do you?
No,
It's like almost double.
Not with the Australians either.
So now Ferguson, deep third man, deep square leg in place. Maxwell awaits, and he's forward punching it down to mid-on, but can't penetrate the field as it's picked up down on one knee. And it's a dot ball. Southey did the fielding. 3 for 36, 2 balls to come in this 6th over. Only 2 runs off Lockie Ferguson's first.
And he gets through the crease nicely, does Lockie Ferguson. Doesn't look like there's a lot in his run. He's not sprinting in, but it's a lot of power at the crease, a lot of shoulder. 147, 151.
7 wickets this year, an average of over 18.5, economy rate of just over 6, as Maxwell's getting an outside edge as he tried to punch this away square on the offside. Down to Bolt at deep third man. They get another run, and Maxwell moves to 2, 3 for 37, 1 ball to come in the power play.
Been good for the New Zealanders. They've come up with some really distinct plans. You always notice that with Australia. They always come up with plans, don't they? And remember Stephen Fleming, he'd have these weird and wonderful type in and out type fielders. For Damien Martin, there'd be 7 gullies and a point. And New Zealand they've always got theories.
And now it's Ferguson, whose main theory is bowl quick. And this one is just that, pushed away square on the offside, but can't get a run as it's fielded there square by Neesham. So what a good over. That was at 147k now from Lockie Ferguson. Only 3 runs from it. 6 overs done in pursuit of 201. The Australians are stuck at 3 for 37. Maxwell 2, Stoinis on 1. And like I say, at the same stage, New Zealand was 1 for 65. Next, we've got England and Afghanistan at Perth Stadium. And if you're in Perth, you'll hear that on ABC local radio, BBC 5 Sport Extra will be taken live as well with Jonathan Agnew and the team. And if you're elsewhere in Australia, just the ABC Listen app, you'll hear every World Cup game. Stewie, they're in trouble, Australia here, with Mitch Sattner now coming back on the bowl.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They need a partnership. They need a big partnership from these two. Tim David to come, Matthew Wade to come with Paul Clyde. But they need a partnership. They need a large partnership that bats for the next 5, 6, 7 overs, scoring at 10 and over to try and get them some momentum. So when those two come in, they can just come out and do what they do naturally.
164 to win off 84 deliveries. That's what's facing Australia, and it's Mitch Sattner, 1 for 11 from his first over. He was brought into the 4th over of the power play. Did get the wicket of Aaron Finch. He's in bowling here to Maxwell, who plays it along the ground. 2-2 is the call as he gets it between mid-wicket and long on, but then he slips at the non-striker's end. I hope he's okay. He's rolling around down there, Glenn Maxwell. And he's having a chat to the bowler, Mitch Sattner. 1 run only, 3 for 38. Maxwell to 3. He did look in pain there as he slipped very awkwardly. And he's grimacing for sure and certain.
Is that a hip drop?
Could have got 3 weeks if he's playing the NRL or AFL.
That's a hip drop. Everything's a hip drop these days. You tackle someone, hip drop.
Don't tell me you've become that cynical, Stewie, as a former leading executive of rugby league.
Glory years.
Now it's Santner bowling to Stoiner. Sweep misses. Missed the bat, missed the pad, missed the stumps, all of which by not much. Taken there by the keeper. And Mitch Sattner didn't know what was happening. He just thought he should have had better luck than missing everything.
Oh, my goodness. It's only missed by a stump. I'll knock the bails off for the sake of it.
It's taken there by Devon Conway, the keeper, who batted masterfully for New Zealand with an unbeaten 92 off 58 deliveries. Finn Allen's knock at the start, 42 off 16, and James Neesham at the end, 26 not out off 13. As Stoinis nearly chops on. Goes wide of off stump, past the keeper, and picked up a short, fine leg in the end by Ish Sodhi. So they, get a run, 3 for 39. Stoinis 2 in pursuit of 201 Australia. We're in the 7th over, and Maxwell back on strike. Tim David due in next. He has a career strike rate of 160. But they need to push this partnership along. Sattner bowls to Maxwell. And he plays this along the ground towards the protection for Satner at deep point. And it's picked up by Phillips. 1 run only. Maxwell 4. 3 for 40 in the 7th over.
Yeah, some power plays. Tim David. I know there's too many guys in the game that hit the ball harder than Tim David. Maybe the two standing out there at the moment.
Satner bowls now to Stoinis. Well slided. And he chops it without timing down to short third man. And it's picked up there by Ferguson. No run. Score remains 3 for 40, only 4 runs off, or make it 3 runs off this over, 1 ball to come. We saw him hit a cover drive 6 in Canberra. It was flat and just at 80,000 kilometres an hour. Satner to Stoinis, again well flighted, driven, diving save at extra cover, but they'll still go through for a run. But inspirational fielding from captain Kane Williamson to end the over. 3 for 41 after 7 overs. Great over by Satner. 4 runs off it. The target 201. Stoinis is 3. Maxwell is 4. And Satner now 2 overs, 1 for 15. And the equation for Australia looking increasingly difficult. 160 to win of 78 deliveries as Stuart Clark makes way for Sydney Thunder skipper Chris Green. Welcome back, Greenie, with New Zealand right on top here as they have been since the start.
Yeah, good to be back. And the Aussies are in a tricky position. We were talking off air about what happens when you lose 3 wickets in the power play. We spoke about this recently in the Caribbean in our batting meetings about the importance to not lose wickets, too many wickets up front. 12.5% they rate your chances on average to win the game if you lose 3 wickets in that power play. So
that's extraordinarily low, isn't it?
Very low. The Aussies do have the long batting lineup. They've got a lot of power to come, but you've seen these two just have to dig in, try and rebuild a little bit. And New Zealand's ploy to bowl a lot of spin now out of the power plays. We see Ish Sodhi introduced.
The leggy turns 30 later this month. He's coming in bowling, and Stoinis is defending that, rushed in on him, and he has to push it back to the bowler. No run. Ish Sodhi took 9 wickets at last year's tournament. Now, was born in India, moved to New Zealand when he was just a little tot at 4 years of age. 103 wickets in 81 games. Economy rate just over 8 with a best bowling of 4 for 28 against Australia, against whom he has 16 wickets in 10 games. They're short of a length and pulled away by Stoinis between mid-wicket and long on. The fielding is done, moving to his right by Satner, and they come back for a second run as Satner lobs the return back to Devon Conway. So Stoinis 5, 3 for 43 in the 8th over. He's got a really, really good track record, Ish Sodhi.
He does, and he's not afraid to give the ball a flight. He started flatter, trying to skid it on into the wicket, and he's a great matchup for these two, the leg spinner. Often when we come up against Stoinis and Maxwell, and you see all international teams doing now, trying to get that leg spinner into the game early to try and create the risk hitting against the spin.
Sodhi to Stoinis, flatter, quicker delivery, and it's played without much timing away to mid-wicket. Fielding done in off the rope by Glenn Phillips just outside the circle. Having more pastries, Stewie. Fair dinkum. So 1 more run there, and Stoinis 6, 3 for 44 in the 8th over. 3 runs from this over so far. We're in the 8th over. After 8 overs, New Zealand was 1 for 81. So Australia's still a long, long way behind. But with Glenn Maxwell, if he rediscovers his touch, that deficit can go pretty quickly. And here he slashes this with force down too long off. And it's fielded on the bounce. Comfortably enough by Tim Southey. Just a single. Maxwell 5, 3 for 45 in the 8th inning, 201 to win.
Yeah, and I'd say that run rate at 12.5 is comfortably uncomfortable at the moment. It's probably the best way to put it. We talk about 13, 14, 15 and over starting to get a little bit nervy. The firepower of Australia helps that, but 12.5's comfortably uncomfortable.
Australia looks comfortably numb at the moment. Sodhi bowls, and it's whipped away. Crossbat shot by Stoinis along the ground to Satner at long on. 1 run. Return comes in on the bounce to the keeper, Conway. 7 to Stoinis. 3 for 46, only in singles or twos at the moment for the Australians. 155 to win off 73 deliveries. So long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep point and a long off. They're the 5 back for Ish Sodhi. Bowls now to Maxwell, reverse sweep. The field drops back. The ball bouncing into the gap. 2 bounces over the rope in front of the O'Reilly stand for 4. He plays that with such force. The reverse tonk from Glenn Maxwell. He's 9, and at the end of the over, 3 for 50 is Australia netting 200 to win. 9 off that first over from Ish Sodhi, thanks to that. Well, I was going to say unconventional. It's not really these days, but it's played as well by Glenn Maxwell as anyone in the world.
Yeah, it's a shot off, and we so often see from Glenn Maxwell. And this time, often he gets criticised for taking silly risks or too big of a risk. For me, that's a calculated risk. It's the shorter boundary to the leg side, hitting with the spin of Sodi. If he was to take the uncalculated risk or the big risk at this stage, hitting against the spin to that bigger boundary. So he played it well. The New Zealand fielders tried to read it, running in that direction in backward point, and he picks it in front of point to a left-handed cow corner. Much needed boundary after that over a couple of singles.
You'd be loving this, wouldn't you, Chris? There's spin bowlers in tandem. T20 game, and Satner to bowl his third over. Into Marsh, to Stoinis. Well flighted, swept and missed again by Stoinis. And not handled by Devon Conway either, but it all amounts to a dot ball. And Australia remains at 3 for 50 at the start of the ninth. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. Great commentary and such good insights from Chris Green, but he should be on the field playing. Here's Satner. Bowling, flatter, quicker delivery. Stoinis goes the aerial route towards deep cover. Fieldsman coming around. What a catch, Glenn Phillips. That's going to take some beating for catch of the World Cup. He had to cover about 25 metres to his right. And at full stretch, he takes it millimetres off the ground. What a catch by Phillips. Stoinis on his way for 7. Australia 4 for 50. This golden night for New Zealand continues. Chris Green, what about that catch in the outfield?
Marcus Stoinis cannot believe it. Glenn Phillips, full stretch, diving effort. 25 metres, I reckon it was about 50. No wonder he hates wicket keeping. That's an unbelievable effort in the outfield and a big, big moment in this match. Just as these two started to get a little bit of momentum back in Australia's favour, trying to take on the spinners. Satner just slowed that one up. Stoinis trying to hit it over cover, got it a little bit too high, and the rest was done by Glenn Phillips. That was a fantastic bit of fielding. We spoke about the fielding of the Aussies in the first innings. Probably not up to par, but that is unbelievable.
That is the catch of a fieldsman who hates keeping, isn't it? That was truly spectacular. So Marcus Stoinis out, caught a deep cover by Phillips, spectacularly so. Mitch Satner gets his second wicket. He has 2 for 15 in his third over. Stoinis 7 off 14 deliveries. And in the ninth over, needing 200 to win, Australia is reeling at 4 for 50. Relying now on the Singapore slinger. Tim David coming in. And Tim David will be at the striker's end. Such was the disbelief they didn't... Oh, it doesn't matter anymore anyway, does it, if you cross or not? So Tim David is... has a lot of pressure on his young shoulders, the 26-year-old who made his 2020 debut for Singapore against Qatar in 2019. Raised in Western Australia, hit 16 sixes in the IPL for the Mumbai Indians this year. 23rd T20 game, strike rate of 160, and he plays this straight to extra cover, no run, as it hits Williamson rather than the other way around. Score remains 4 for 50, and there's almost a stunned silence in this crowd here, Chris Green.
There is. You can. It's an eerie silence. I think a little bit because of the catch and a little bit because of the situation. They can sense that Australia are in a little bit of a pickle here.
Satner bowls, and it's cut away by David. Beats the fielder from a backward point. Phillips scoots to his left, runs 700 metres this time, picks it up, and they come back for a second run. So he's off the mark. David. He has 2, and Australia 4 for 52 in the ninth over.
He's rapid across the turf,
isn't he?
He reminds me of those Energizer Bunny ads. You remember the ones that just go and go and go, and you recharge them? That's what he looks like, running across that boundary and taking that catch.
Satner bowls well flighted, and David has kept a little lower than he was anticipating. Plays it backward of square on the onside, and will pick up just a run. So Tim David moves to 3, 4 for 53, 1 ball to come in the ninth over. 201 the target. Francis in Cairns says it'll be a Houdini act if Australia can win from here. Yeah, you said there, the way you described the position in a little pickle is a very optimistic view. Satner bowls and Maxwell plays this with Forsell on the ground, the long off. And the ball's picked up in the outfield by Chapman. 1 run only again. Maxwell 10. David is 3. Another good over by Mitch Satner. 3 overs, 2 for 19. Australia 4 for 54 after the ninth over. And to give that some perspective, after 9 overs, the New Zealanders were 1 for 90. So that's a 36 runs to the good, 3 wickets to the good. And as Chris mentioned, the stats in T20 cricket are all over the place. If you lose 3 wickets in the first 6 overs, your winning chances are down to just over 12%, which is quite remarkable.
It is a tough ask. I did say little pickle because of the strike rates and the capabilities of Glenn Maxwell, Tim David, Matthew Wade. They have got a very tall order in front of them. And the change has been clear after the wicket of Stoinis there from Satnan. I'm interested to see if Sodhi does it to bowl a lot slower, challenge the big shots.
Sodhi to Maxwell, but just as he got to the crease, Maxwell calls him off. I think Spider Cam may be to blame there. Spider Cam's a pain in the backside. Saw the start of play delayed in Canberra the other day because of a low-flying Spider Cam. Behave yourself up there on the rope. Here comes Sodhi. Now he starts the oval. Reverse sweep by Maxwell, but this time he picks out the fielder on the boundary, just in from the rope. And it's 1 run only as the return gets whipped back into Devon Conway. Maxwell 11, 4 for 55. When he goes into that reverse sweep mode, you see all the players on the offside start to run back towards the boundary, knowing it's heading their way. It's like watching fieldsmen in indoor cricket, trying to react to what a batsman looks like doing.
We're just guessing. Guessing and hoping.
Educated guessing and hoping, if you're out there playing at this level, I would assume.
Of course.
Now it's Sodhi into David, who plays this, can't beat extra cover. Straight to Williamson, dot ball. 4 for 55 in the 10th. Sodhi has bowled 8 balls so far, gone for 10 runs. The halfway point, the Black Caps were 1 for 97. Australia's 4 for 55. Here comes Sodhi, bowls, flatter, quicker delivery with good leg spin. Outside edge by David. It's fielded at short third man. And Trent Bolt does the fielding, diving to his left. And it's only 1 run, but he was beaten there, Tim David, by a strong turning delivery from Sodhi. He's 4 and 4 for 56, the score in the 10th over.
Yeah, and it's the more conventional batter of Tim David. Ish Sodhi slowed up his pace. He's changed his field. He knows he's probably not going to get reverse swept, so he slowed everything down at him.
Sodhi to Maxwell, who's on the drive, wide of long off, but Southey moves to his left, keeps it to a run. Maxwell to a dozen, and Australia 4 for 57 in the 10th over. On the SMS, Australia in a little pickle. Chris is the master of understatement, unlike Morey, says Paul in Wollongong. Paul might be aware of the fact that every now and then I tend to exaggerate in a moment of excitement. Another says 2 words, Steve Smith is left out of this team. And Australia in a hole at 4 for 57. Tim David on strike on 4 from 5 delivery. Sodhi in, and it swept a straight delivery down to deep backward square. And only 1 run to be had on this occasion. Chapman does the fielding. So David moves to 5, 4 for 58. 1 ball to come in the 10th over. 201 is the target. After New Zealand sent in 3 for 200. Finn Allen 42. Kane Williamson 23. Glenn Phillips 12. Devon Conway 92 not out. James Neesham 26 not out. Hazelwood 2 for 41. Zampa 1 for 39. Sodhi bowls. Launching this to deep cover. Maxwell. 1 bouncing over the rope for 4. He placed it beautifully. Glenn Maxwell gets a much-needed Australian boundary. He's 16. Tim David is 5. And at the halfway mark of the run chase, being 201, Australia is 4 for 62. 8 runs off that over. Ish Sodhi 2 overs for 17. After Dave Warner was bowled Southey for 5, it was 1 for 5. Aaron Finch caught Williamson at cover off Satner for 13. It was 2 for 30 in the 4th. Mitch Marsh caught Neesham at deep mid-wicket off Southey for 16. It was 3 for 34 in the 5th. And then in the 9th over, Marcus Stoiner caught Phillips brilliantly at deep cover off Mitch Satner for 7. It was 4 for 50, now 4 for 62 at the halfway mark. Joining Chris Green, Matt Clinch on Grandstand Cricket.
Compare, New Zealand had 23 boundaries in their 20 overs. That's just Australia's 7th boundary. And after 10 overs, they're 4 for 62. And as you're touching on wickets at the start of the power play, all of a sudden the boundaries don't flow as freely. And the run rate is up to just under 14 and 139 required from 60 deliveries, which means, yes, that's a lot of work. That's a little pickle indeed.
The little pickle's growing. It's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable, and it'd be interesting to be inside the minds there of Aaron Finch and the two batters at the crease about how they're going to go about these next 60 deliveries. You know, the best bit of the batting advice is take risks, but don't get out. That's probably a lot of the along the lines. If you could summarize it, that's basically what they're saying is if you get a matchup that you sense, and I'm sure both of them being right-handed, both being powerful, we'll probably look to target the end that we're at here, hitting towards that shortened boundary at the Bill O'Reilly stand, where we saw a lot of the New Zealand batters target that shorter boundary, try and get some big overs in, extend it on and bring that rate down around the 12 and over mark, just so it doesn't get 15, 16. And obviously if you lose a wicket, which is the take lots of risks but don't get out, that rate can get higher, and there's only Matthew Wade left to come in the bowlers.
So New Zealand had 56 off their first 4 overs, so 14 runs per over, then scored 144 from their last 16, so around 9 per over. So I guess with franchise T20 cricket, you get more experience at these sort of scenarios, but the more wickets you lose, it gets harder and harder. Even though they've got Glenn Maxwell and Tim David there, two who can clear the rope, it's the question of when. When do they sort of sum up, they get that matchup that they're feeling like they're ready to attack?
Yeah, and that's what Kane Williamson has done so well. He's kept the spinners on. Mitch Satner's done a fantastic job. Ish Sodhi as well. The ball spinning away. The power hitters typically in T20 cricket do struggle against spin, in particular the ball spinning away from right-handed batters. Kane Williamson's lucky enough that he's got Mitch Satner and Ish Sodhi to try and force that risk. Already it's worked with the wicket of Marcus Stoinis, albeit a great catch, but it'll be interesting to see what Tim David and Glenn Maxwell do here to Satner to the short side.
2 for 19 for Santner as he comes into David, who's sweeping and pulling wide of the fielder at mid-wicket over the rope for 6. Well, that's the way to start. 4 for 68.
He doesn't die wondering, Tim David. It was slower. It was wider from Satner, just a little carrot. And Tim David said, yes, I'll have a bit of that. Slog sweep to that short boundary. Big start to the over, big start to the second half of this innings for the Aussies.
And a flat shot from David as well. He's 11 from 7 deliveries. Santner, the left arm orthodox, comes in. David goes again. Similar position, just short of the field, and no, lunging forward, a great catch. There's a running around in the deep was Jimmy Neesham. He got his fingertips underneath it, and Tim David goes. Caught Neesham from the bowling of Santner, out for 11. And Australia are 5 for 68 in the 11th over.
He'll feel very disappointed with that, but I think I've got to give credit to Mitchell Satner. He remained brave. He bowled slower. He just dragged that length back slightly. There's a little bit of hold in the surface, and Tim David wasn't able to quite connect in the way he wanted to send it deep into that short boundary stand, and he holds out. It's a big wicket after that 10 over mark. Now it's Matt Wade and Glenn Maxwell. One more wicket down, and then they're into the bowlers.
How well has Mitchell Santner bowled? A good battle, as you made mention of. Tim David was thinking, yep, same again. This time just picked out the fielder. And New Zealand haven't dropped anything. Their fielding has been superb. We touched on the catch from Phillips, the Superman dive. I mean, that's what allows you the chance to get out of the group stages in World Cups and potentially get to the final and maybe a championship.
Catches win matches. It doesn't happen at it doesn't matter what level it is, catches win matches. And that catch isn't easy. It may have looked quite straightforward. Anytime you have to move forward and dive forward in the way that Jimmy Neesham did, and he would have been at deep mid-wicket there thinking that David's rocking back, trying to hit a big shot, holding his ground, and then the miss hit has to then come forward late. It dips on you late, and it's a big moment in the game as well.
Santner 3 for 25 in his final over. And Matthew Wade makes his way out to the middle. He has become Australia's finisher in T20 internationals, but he's going to have to start finishing from a long way out. Just needs to start by getting through Mitchell Santner's over as he bowls to Wade, who drives, plays it down to long off for a single. Wade's off the mark. Australia 5 for 70 in the 11th over.
And what the left-handed Wade does bring to the crease for Australia, and it was one thing that actually surprised me. I know Tim David has got those power-hitting capabilities, but he is the left-hander. They are going to bowl a lot of spin. If he'd come in perhaps one before David, he could have maybe taken down that short boundary. It would have forced them to bowl someone else potentially from Sodhi from this end and just have to rethink their game plan.
Santner around the wicket to Maxwell. He's going to reverse sweep. He gets a bottom edge. It's good enough to beat the fielder at short third. And some creative stroke making from Glenn Maxwell. Another boundary for the Australians. Maxwell now having to lead the charge. He's 20 from 12 deliveries. Australia 5 for 73 in the 11th over.
One man not rethinking his game plan, Glenn Maxwell. It's been clear that he wants to turn around, play left-handed against the ball spinning away, and he's used it to great success so far. 2 boundaries, 1 off Sodhi, 1 off Satner, and a couple of singles as well.
Maxwell awaiting Satner, who just lost as Maxwell just was distracted by something behind the bowler's arm. Some fans close to the side screen, an Australian flag, which might have just caught the eye of Glenn Maxwell. Now Satner's right to go. Maxwell's going the reverse sweep again. This time he hits it off the bottom of the bat, almost pull cues it out to Kane Williamson, who does the fielding.
Yeah, it's probably the first time it hasn't worked for him, and as what we're seeing on the replay, he has got 2 types of reverses.
So there's almost a reverse and a switch hit. This time he stays deep in his crease to Satner, hits it down to long on for a single to close out the over. So after 11 overs, Australia 5 for 74 with Maxwell on 21, Wade on 1. Matt Clinch and Chris Green with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, BBC 5 Sports Extra. And don't forget, if you're in Australia, the ABC Listen app is where you'll hear so many of the upcoming Cricket World Cup matches broadcasted on your smart device, or wherever you listen. Just download the ABC Listen app and look for the white cricket ball. 5 for 74 after 11 overs. Satner 3 for 31 from his 4 overs. What a great spell.
Fantastic spell. And on a night where, requiring 10 and over, he's picked up some big wickets, changed the game, and has consistently bowled to right-handers towards the short boundary as well. He bowled in the power play. He picked up that big wicket of Stoinis and David as well. And I think he's bowled fantastically well tonight.
Sodhi continues. Maxwell goes the reverse switch hit again. This time doesn't quite time it as it's fielded out at point, as Ferguson does the fielding. So how much of this is premeditated from Glenn Maxwell?
Look, I think almost 99.9% of it. It's a short boundary out to the offside if he's batting conventionally. It's the short boundary if he turns around and reverses or switch hits. So I think he's 100% premeditating.
Sodhi goes to Maxwell. This time he hits it cleanly. The reverse switch hit. Beautiful connection. Straight over the top of extra cover for 6. Right out of the screws. Maxwell 27, Australia 5 for 80.
And that's his plan. He's miscued it twice. Once to Satner dot ball, once at the start of that over. But that's the short side. He wants to hit with the spin. That's how he feels he can best put Ish Sodhi under pressure and try and take him away from his plan, just to put pressure back on New Zealand, give him more opportunities to score boundaries at a lower risk, and then maybe pick one up the other way. So he may look to go 1-2 and go leg side soon.
3 4s and a 6 for Glenn Maxwell, rocking back in his crease to Sodhi and playing out to extra cover where Williamson does the fielding. 5 for 80 in the 12th over. Maxwell 27 from 17 deliveries.
It's a great battle, this. Leg spinner versus Maxwell, looking to spin it around. He's changing his pace, that time going flatter, bringing the stumps and LBW into play if there is any mistiming.
Sodhi in, Maxwell makes space, stepping across onto the onside. You heard the frustration as he couldn't quite get the timing, hitting it back down the pitch, and Sodhi does the fielding. So he's bowling, about 84 kilometres per hour, so just changing his pace up a little bit. Trying to anticipate as to where Maxwell's going to move. He goes to switch hit once more off a bottom edge, plays it out to deep cover just for a single. Maxwell to 28, 5 for 82. 81, 5 for 81.
Yeah, great adjustment from Sodhi that time. I'm convinced he would have seen him move early then, so he's fired it a little bit further away, effectively down the leg side if Maxwell didn't turn around as a right-handed batter, got wider as a now left-handed batter, making it harder just to generate that power, where he's been able to get the power from outside off as a right-hander.
Now Sodhi into Wade, who rocks back and just punches it through the covers off the back foot, able to get out a single to close out the over. He'll hold the strike as well. Wade to 2, Australia 5 for 82 after 12 overs, with Matthew Wade on 2, Glenn Maxwell on 28. Earlier it was David Warner who was out for 5, Aaron Finch for 13, Mitch Marsh for 16, Marcus Stoinis for 7 and Tim David for 11 after New Zealand posted 3 for 200 from their 20 overs, led by Finn Allen at the top of the order, 42 from 16 deliveries. Williamson was out for 23, Phillips for 12, and then the great closing from Devon Conway with 92 from 58 deliveries, including 2 sixes and 7 fours, and Jimmy Neesham also not out on 26. Means that New Zealand are looking to start this tournament on a positive note. Australia, of course, only lost the one match, and that was to England in the last World Cup. So normally you can lose one match, but no more than that, or your tournament could be done.
And you want to get off on the right foot, get early wins in this tournament, get points in the table in your favour to try and get you through this stage as well. And it's an important start and one that New Zealand are well in front of the game at the moment, and they'll be looking to close out to get their tournament underway.
Lockie Ferguson back in the attack with his right arm fast as he bowls just back of a length and Wade. He is up on his toes defending into the offside.
This is a great battle to watch. Matthew Wade doesn't shy away from the contest, and Lockie Ferguson bowls rapid. Facing him in the nets in the IPL in 2020 at KKR, did it once. I refused to go back. It was too quick. He bowls so fast.
New Zealand well and truly on top here. We see a ramp or a switch hit from Wade. Of course, he can play the 360 game as well. Awaiting Ferguson, edging and gone. Conway takes the catch behind the stumps. And Wade is out for 2. Australia is 6 for 82 in the 13th over.
Big wicket that for New Zealand, and with it, I have to say Australia's hopes are now slimming to none. With Matthew Wade gone, the finisher in early, great bit of bowling, great bit of captaincy from Kane Williamson. I think the way he's played this innings out from the power play to now, bowling his spinners at Australia's power hitters through the middle, struggling to get the ball away, and then he injects his pace card of Lockie Ferguson, running in, bowling fast. That rate is up at 15.5 and over. Matthew Wade has to go after it, and Lockie Ferguson is too good.
And New Zealand have bowled so well in their partnerships with Santner, Sodhi, and Ferguson coming in after Bolt and Southey at the top of the order. So just the variety in pace and the pressure on Australia in terms of the run rate. They've really got no option now but to have a swing at it and see what happens. And unfortunately for Matthew Wade, it was a short stint at the wicket. So Pat Cummins, the Australian men's test captain and now one-day international captain, makes his way out to the middle with Australia 6 for 82. And of course, run rate becomes important. So does the mindset change here about trying to see out your 20 overs and see as much as you can get, or?
It's a tough one. I think you've still got to believe you can win the game, especially with Glenn Maxwell there. Pat Cummins has done some amazing knocks in the IPL as well. I think he equaled the fastest 50 or got, if not got close to it. So he's no slouch at the bat. But, I certainly don't think they can just try and see out the 20 overs because of that negative run rate impact it could have on them, particularly the way the qualifiers went. We saw that it may cause the shift of who goes through into those final series.
Ferguson is his second over, 1 for 3 as he comes in, bowls to near bat. Pat Cummins back of a length and through high above the off stump, and Conway takes it behind the stumps.
Fast bowler to fast bowler, starts with a slower bouncer. But, I think that there's no fear there and fear factor, and I think it's a smart bit of bowling. Anytime a lower order batsman comes to the crease, just to mess with their feet and their eye line to go short into the wicket, and then I wouldn't be surprised if he follows up with a full and fast one at the stumps.
Lockie Ferguson charges in, bowls full to Cummins, who whips it away off his pads, forward of square for 4. Good response from Pat Cummins after the slower ball bouncer. Cummins is off the mark with 4. Australia are 6 for 86 in the 13th over.
Yeah, don't worry about messing up the feet. Pat Cummins was up to the task there, swinging away to the leg side, using the pace of Ferguson. It's a tiny boundary and just clips it up off his pads into that backward square region. And that's the way he plays. He swings away. He can connect with them. He's awkward at times, Pat, the way he swings the bat, but he finds the boundary regularly.
So they've got deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg as well. There's also a deep cover as well. As Ferguson comes in, bowls to Pat Cummins, who swings and misses. Looking to play across the line. Change of pace there once more from Ferguson.
Very smart bit of bowling. The slow ball bouncer worked. The slower balls were used by the Australians at the back end of that innings. And a stage where you need 16, 15, 16 and over, forcing the lower order batters just to generate the pace. It's not easy when it's inconsistent, especially when you're expecting 150 plus Ks an hour coming down at you.
Didn't miss the top of off by much as well. Ferguson comes in to Cummins, who drags it down through mid-wicket, quickly off for the single, and that will close out the over. So Pat Cummins to 5, Glenn Maxwell's on 28. Australia 6 for 87 after 13 overs. Matt Clinch and Chris Green with you on Grandstand Cricket. So to come, of course, Australia turn their attention. They've got Sri Lanka in Perth as their second match, England at the MCG, Ireland at the Gabba, and Afghanistan at the Adelaide Oval. So when the draw came out, you did think they're going a bit here, there, everywhere as the national side to make sure that they're playing in front of the biggest possible crowds. And New Zealand have got Afghanistan on October 26th, so next weekend.
Yeah, and obviously this game's not over, but New Zealand right in the box seat and pretty much clinched this match. It becomes very important for Australia to get on a little bit of a roll and bounce back from this, whereas New Zealand can, if they can record a win, particularly with Afghanistan less, or going into favourites as Afghanistan against Afghanistan, can go 2 from 2.
So he starts his fourth over, none for 25 as he comes in, bowls to Cummins. He's looking to try and push it down to long off, but Sodhi races around to cut it off. And top ball to start the 14th over. Australia 6 for 87. Cummins a runner ball 5. Glenn Maxwell on 28 at the non-striker's end. Ish Sodhi in with his leg break. Back of a length down the leg side, and he gets away with one there as Cummins fails to make contact. Wide is called. 6 for 88.
I'd love to see Sodhi going for the wrong in there, obviously, but I'd love to see him just take the pace out of it, bowl that slow leg spinner, challenge Cummins to try and hit across the line to that big boundary and pick up the wicket.
Sodhi once more over the wicket. Cummins rocks back and is able to beat the fielder at mid-wicket, through for a single as it's gathered in the deep by Phillips. Australia 6 for 89. Cummins on 6. Bill poses the question on the SMS. Team changes. You wouldn't imagine there'd be too much after the first game for both of these sides.
Yeah, I'd be hesitant. Even in Australia, they won't be proud of this performance, particularly starting their World Cup, coming in as a home team as well. But I think it's important to try and keep that continuity.
Sodhi comes in. Maxwell's decided the switch hit and he's bowled. Sodhi read it beautifully, got it through Maxwell. And Australia's last recognised batsman is gone. Maxwell out for 28, bowled by Sodhi. Australia 7 for 89 in the 14th over.
And he's adjusted well, Sodhi, after being turned around and hit left-handed by Maxwell into the stance. He started bowling flatter at that leg stump, and that time just skidding through and beating Maxwell. And look, I think with Glenn Maxwell departing, 17 and over, Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark at the crease, it's all over Red Rover, unfortunately for Australia. And I think they've been outclassed by New Zealand in all facets of the game tonight, batting, bowling and fielding. They've come here ready to play. And, I spoke about them being underdogs in this tournament, really probably going unnoticed, with a lot of the talk being around Australia, England, and India. And no one really remembers New Zealand. But the last 2 World Cups, One Day World Cup, T20 World Cup, they've been there in the final.
They are the perennial underdogs, aren't they? From playing in the final of the Test Championships to featuring in 50-over World Cup finals. When you look at the calibre of their team, it's easy to sort of skip over a few of the names, but then you see the catching of Phillips, the bowling of Bolt and Southey. Dev Conway comes in all of a sudden alongside Finn Allen and starts to look like a pretty good 11.
Very good, particularly the way they played tonight on this wicket, and it sets a great blueprint for the rest of their tournament.
It's just, can they execute? Sodhi comes in, bowls to the new batter in Josh Hazelwood, who drives down to long on for a single. Southey does the fielding. Australia 7 for 90 in the 14th over with Mitchell Stark, I should say, who was off the mark playing down to long off. Sampa and Hazelwood still to come for the Australians. Sodi 5 or 6 steps in, and he bowls his next delivery, and Cummins is able to drive it down to long off. Southey does the fielding. 7 for 91 with 1 ball to come in the 14th over.
And I think he's got a license to go shopping. It's a spinner's term we use, particularly leg spinners often like to do it. Last few balls of their spell, they go shopping for a wicket. Toss it up Ish, big wrong'un, see if he has a slog at it and get yourself 2 for.
1 for 29 for Ish Sodi. Comes in and bowls to Stark wide outside the off stump. And he was looking to cut late, but missed, and Conway takes it behind the stumps. And the end of the over. After 14 overs, Australia 7 for 91. Pat Cummins on 7, Mitchell Stark on 1. Grandstand cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and via, of course, the ABC Listen app. And a big warm welcome to our listeners through the BBC, of course, as well. Coming up, England and Afghanistan. You won't miss a minute of the action. We'll take you to Perth at the completion of this match and join Jonathan Agnew, Clint Weldon, Rafi Bapara, and Nikki Shaw. Stuart Clark comes in to join you once more on Grandstand Cricket. Clarkie, welcome. What can Australia try and salvage from the last 6 overs here?
Well, can they salvage anything? They've been completely outplayed, bat and ball, from basically ball 1 of the day. So go out the best you can, go out swinging, I would have said. Play some shots. We know these 2 at the crease won't die wondering. But certainly, just looking a little bit ahead, they've got to play some better cricket, Australia. They've just, completely outplayed by New Zealand in their opening match.
The pressure and expectation of being defending champions in a home World Cup. Trent Boult comes back into the attack, wide outside the off stump. There's a big swing from Pat Cummins to start the 15th over. 3rd over for Trent Boult. Happy to get an opportunity to bowl at the bowlers, no doubt.
Just looking at the upcoming games for New Zealand, they take on Afghanistan and Melbourne. You can imagine they'd win that one. Sri Lanka, England will be a tough game, and Ireland, they should win as well. So you'd imagine New Zealand.
Boult comes in to Cummins, who's hitting hard, just lands short of the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and Cummins is able to get through for a single. He moves to 8, Australia 7 for 92 in the 15th over.
Yeah, you'd imagine that they're pretty much, in the box seat now to go through. Australia have got some big games. Certainly the game against England's going to be a massive game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's down in Adelaide. But you would have thought that, looking at the teams in that pool, well, New Zealand probably through, and England and Australia, the 3 favourites.
Trent Boult over the wicket, bowls to Stark. He pushes it out to extra cover and quickly through for a single. Stark moves to 2, 7 for 93 in the 15th over. 3 don't go into 2, do they? So
no,
New Zealand, England, Australia. If England open up with a win against Afghanistan, it puts Australia on the back foot right from the outset.
See, if we were watching the Soccer World Cup, that'd be the group of death.
It would be, wouldn't it?
But it's not. So it's just the group with Australia, England, and New Zealand in it. The Australians got some work to do there. They just haven't, the execution of their skills.
Boult wide outside the off stump and just drifting away from Pat Cummins. A wide is called.
The execution of their skills just hasn't been at the same level of the New Zealanders, even bowling wise. Forget about the, forget about the score. But I'm watching New Zealand bowl, and their slower balls have just been, better executed. Their length of their slower balls has been better. Their width and their line of their slower balls have been better. Their variations have been better than Australia. Australians can do it.
7 for 94. Boult in, a full delivery. Cummins has struck on the pads, but a fair way down the pitch. And it balloons out onto the offside. A single to the Australian score. 7 for 94 in the 15th over. Cummins on 8, Stark on 2. There will be the question about the scheduling. Of course, Australia playing those games against India and the games in North Queensland against England, jumping against the West Indies on the Gold Coast. As Boult comes in, short delivery to Mitchell Stark, and he's able to just pull it down forward of square leg for a single. Stark to 3.
Yeah, there will be talk about it, but, conversely, that they've had the opportunity to play this form of the game for a period now. So, we wax lyrical, they go from one days to test. Well, they've actually had a pretty decent. What I think they've got wrong, and the selectors have got wrong, the chopping and changing of the team.
Yeah.
Like, we had Cameron Gooding playing. He wasn't even in the squad. I just don't get that.
Boult comes in to Pat Cummins, a full delivery, hits it hard down the ground, down to long off in the air momentarily, but a single to close out the over. Australia 7 for 97 after 15 overs with Pat Cummins on 9, Mitchell Starks on 3. Might let you continue that conversation. Stuart Clark's with you, and in a moment.
Gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't we leave it at that? Oh.
Thank you, Matt. Australia 7 for 97, 5 overs left, chasing 201. But the story out of this is the brilliant performance from New Zealand on both sides of the ball. And it looks like there's a bit more harm to come. Is that Lockie Ferguson to come on? Back from the Paddington end of the ground, and Lockie Ferguson bowling it up to 150k an hour. So this could be a little bit unpleasant for Mitchell Stark and Pat Cummins. Stewie?
Yeah, it could be. We saw he did bowl some good variations though. Good slow balls, really big change up, well disguised. But his stock ball's quick.
So he bowls to Cummins, who slashes this over the head of Williamson at extra cover. That might go for 4. Well, it didn't look like he had timed it at all. But in the end, the fact is it raced away for a boundary. So Pat Cummins moves to 13. And Australia 6 for 101 at the start of the 16th over, netting 201 to win.
It was like a forehand, like a cross-court forehand from the backhand corner. Just top spin on it. As it bounced, it kicked away from Kane Williamson.
So Cummins will appreciate that. Ferguson might grit his teeth a little bit more. There's a long off, deep point, deep third man, deep square leg, long on there, the 5 out. Only 100 to win for Australia. Ferguson bowls. Cummins takes him long over mid-wicket into the members' pavilion for a massive 6 at 144k an hour. Cummins got right underneath it, and he moves to 19. Australia 7 for 107. 10 runs off 2 balls to start the over.
Big Pat right in the wheelhouse. Bang. See you later. Right into the members' stand. People clamouring around trying to take a catch in the outer. Paddy Cummins.
That was a short-arm jab.
Cop that, Lockie Ferguson. I don't care how quick you're bowling. I'm going to dispatch you.
It was a test match. He might care next delivery. As Ferguson comes in, bowls to Cummins, and Cummins gets a Yorker. Followed him. And he does well to clamp down on it, Cummins, and plays it back to the bowler. Nice fight back there from Ferguson at 146 clicks. 7 for 107 Australia. What was your retort? I appreciate you weren't always at 150k an hour, Stewie, or ever. But if you got Tonkin up in a row, are you thinking let's go for some short stuff? Or
oh, absolutely. I don't want to get hit out there.
Now it's Ferguson bowling to Cummins again, and he's on the drive, and he hits it nicely along the ground to Southey at long off. They'll get a single. Cummins moves to 20 from 15 deliveries. Australia 7 for 108 in the 16th over, netting 201 to win.
When people talk 150s, my name never came into the conversation. It was ever. Good line and length, yeah, talk about him. 150, not today, champion.
What was your peak? Mid-130s?
No, a couple of games I got it up there. Might have had a 4 in front, one 4-0.
But you sat generally in the one.
Yeah, when I was younger, I did. As I got older, it was dribble at about 125.
Yes, Ferguson around the wicket to Stark. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. It goes through down low to Devon Conway, the keeper. And the score remains at 7 for 108. But you could prove you didn't always need to be the quickest.
No.
You had bounce, you were tall.
That's what I say. I say that to people all the time. You don't have to bowl the right ball, do a little bit with the ball.
Like a metronome out there.
The game's changed so much, though, now that guys, and that's what I mean, games that don't move forward or stand still are games that don't go anywhere.
Here's Ferguson bowling around the wicket again to Stark, and Stark drives this powerfully square on the offside, but it's well fielded by Glenn Phillips, who's been a star in the outfield.
He's lightning quick.
Keeps it down to a run. Stark is 4, 7 for 109 at the end of the 16th over, so there were 12 runs off that Lachlan Ferguson over. 7 for 109, the target 201. Cummins 20. Stark is 4 and Ferguson 3 overs, 1 for 20.
He's been very good in the field, Phillips. Moves quickly side to side. Good strong arm. Saw an amazing catch out there earlier on. Big Superman dive. Very impressed with him. I was also impressed with his batting too. I think he came out, he didn't get much of an opportunity, but looked like he's a real goer.
Yeah, 12 off 10. But you're right, he came in with the right attitude, and his strike rate through a pretty young career is in the mid-140s. So now, 4 overs away, you would think, from a New Zealand victory here at the SCG before an official crowd of 34,756, which is well short of a sellout. Here's Trent Boult, and he's bowled Mitchell Starc. He went for the big hit over mid-wicket, missed it, and almost a Yorker length from Trent Boult, and he gets the wicket. And that's his first of the evening. So Starc bowled by Boult for 7. Australia 8 for 109 in the 17th over.
Full, straight, plenty of pace, a little bit of tail back into the left-hander from Trent Boult. And Mitchell Starc's stumps go everywhere as he missed that one. Middle and leg stump taking a real pounding. Trent Boult again doing the job.
He's still very good, Boult, isn't he?
Very, very good.
He's now no longer part of their contracted list of players because he doesn't want to commit to full-time cricket, but he's still
full-time in New Zealand.
And New Zealand, yes.
Yeah,
but he's still an elite bowler. There's no doubt
about it. And he's really in T20 cricket around the world. You see him in various tournaments around them, and he is just lethal with the new ball. Good variations at the end of the innings. We'll try and do the same here.
Adam Zampa coming in your old spot, Stewie, number 10. Diminutive figure out there at the striker's end. Adam Zampa, the 30-year-old from Shell Harbour on the south coast of New South Wales. Waits for Boult, and he walks right across his stumps on the offside, attempted almost a ramp down to fine leg, missed it altogether, and threw it goes to Devon Conway. Not a great shot there by Zampa.
Pat Cummins is walking down the wicket. What do you reckon he's saying?
Mate, what was that?
What are you doing?
He's a slightly different personality, Adam Zampa, anyway.
He is. He's a little bit different.
I think Pat might be taking that into account, but still saying, dude,
just run it into the third man or something.
Here's Boult bowling to Zampa now. Zampa bowled. Gave himself a bit of room, missed it. And Trent Boult, too smart. Zampa bowled for a not overly impressive second ball duck. And Australia is careering towards a massive defeat to the hands of New Zealand. At 9 for 109. Zampa gone for a duck, and Trent Boult now has a twofer.
He does. He's just hitting the ball. It's the old knuckleball. Look at that. No spin, no nothing on the ball. Zampa early. Stumps everywhere. Trent Boult bringing out all the party tricks now. Knuckleballs and slower balls and quicker balls and you name it.
He could have nearly rolled that down the pitch and bowled Zampa then. But I love watching him bowl, Trent Boult. Always have. 9 for 109. Zampa out. Second ball duck, and watching those two deliveries, Josh Hazlewood must be thinking, who have I upset? Hazlewood coming in at number 11. Big, tall lefty. And earlier today, he was the only multiple wicket taker for Australia. 2 for 41, getting rid of Finn Allen and Glenn Phillips.
I reckon I only batted once in my 2020 career.
Really?
I would have played 40 games, something like that, for New South Wales. But before the Big Bash, I only batted once. I faced one ball. Mate, French cut it for 4. That was it.
Your strike rate is extraordinary.
400.
Extraordinary.
Don't think I even saw the ball. I think it just hit my bat and went down there.
He scored. He's only had 6 innings in his career. And what are we looking at for? It's his 38th T20 International, 6 innings.
Yeah.
21 runs at 10.5.
The old stumps are flashing for some reason. The old zing bails are zinging.
Well, I reckon they've been zamped.
Damaged, you reckon?
But Trent Boult, he's picked up 2 wickets in this over. Both of them bowled. Mitchell Starc for 4 and Adam Zampa for a duck. Grandstand cricket. Steve from the Gold Coast. Nice to hear from you on the SMS.
We're calling for a new bail.
Not at 9 down. One change needed urgently, says Mike. Finch puts the other batters under the pump every game.
Yeah, Mike, you know what? He's I thought he looked all right for the 10 or 12 he got today, but I'd be finding a spot for Smith in the team somewhere. I really would. I don't know at whose expense. I don't think Aaron Finch is going to be the man they're going to drop.
No.
But I'd be finding a spot for Stephen Smith.
Well, they've got 2 big games to come against England and Sri Lanka are their next 2. And, you know, as the boys were discussing before, this is coming down to 2 of England, New Zealand, Australia.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a massive game at the MCG. England has to open its account this evening
And if you're in WA, you'll hear that on local radio with Jonathan Agnew and the team. I can't wait to listen to Agger's voice again on the way home.
I can't wait till I see him here and we can talk like last year.
Yep, for sure. Here's the delivery from Bolt, bowling to Hazelwood, who's off the mark straight away with an impeccable flick off his hip for a single down to deep backward square and Mitchell Satner. So Hazelwood 1, Cummins 20, 9 for 110 in the 17th over. Only need to go at 27.3 for over for the year. You laugh.
I do.
You chortled.
I do.
Well, Cummins will look up and see. Yes.
He can do it because he's poleaxed one into the members.
He can't do 27.5 and over on his own. Bolt bowls to him, short outside the off stump. Tried the late cut, missed. Through it goes to Conway. Dot ball. Trent Bolt 2 for 23 in his final over. Getting the job done. Looking at the Australian dressing room, Steve Smith, who's always got a cricket ball in his hand. He's just flicking a few leggies over to himself.
What about Cameron Green? Will we find a spot for him? Not a bad player.
Do the Australians, is it panic if they make 2 or 3 changes? Or is it just needed? Here's Bolt into Cummins, who's pushing down towards long off along the ground. He'll keep the strike, and I think that was his intent. So he gets one. Terrific over by Trent Bolt. He has 4 overs, 2 for 24 in Australia, 9 for 111, 2 wickets and 2 runs in that over. Cummins is 21. Hazelwood is 1. The run rate required up to 30 with 90 to win off 18 deliveries. And I think even with Stewie Clark at his cow corner best, that would be very, very remote opportunity.
One of the options the Australians could do is they could leave a quick out and play a Green or Smith. Because you can remember Stoinis bowls, Maxwell bowls without really bowling him a lot.
He bowled it all today.
Yeah, Zampa bowls. Can sort of get through it that way potentially.
And all 3 pace bowlers got carted around.
They got spanked. So there are options for how they want to set their team up, the Australians. I know they've liked going with their 3 quicks.
So Tim Southey on to bowl to Cummins, who lofts this 84 kilometres in the air. Conway under it. Conway takes the catch and New Zealand wins. What a performance. They have thrashed Australia by 89 runs at the SCG. Their first win in this country in 11 years. Cummins caught Conway, bowled Southey for 21. And they're all out for 111. That is a mighty effort by New Zealand, an 89-run victory.
Yeah, it's an absolute spanking of the highest order from the New Zealanders to the Australians. They've been good from ball 1, the New Zealanders. You watch them when they walked out the bat. Allen came out and just teed it up. And the rest of the New Zealanders did the job. Conway, 92 off batting the whole 20 overs. And then with the ball, early wickets, they picked up 3 wickets in the power play, and it was just about game over at that point there. Some late hitting by Pat Cummins and a few of the guys. Glenn Maxwell with his switch hitting were probably the only standouts for the Australian batting. But there's some work to do, some soul searching for the Australians. The tournament's not over, there's no question about that. They can still get through to the next stage and improve on here, but they're going to have to improve their performances first before they start worrying about what happens next. Their next match is an absolute crucial match for them.
Stewie, they've been bowled out in the 18th over.
Well, was there always the fear when you had guys in this team that bat like the way they do? They all come out, they all hit the ball to the boundary, they all hit the ball hard. The fear is if they get it slightly wrong or they lose a couple of quick wickets, there's nothing left. And we saw that today. They've just been outplayed in every facet of the game.
Now, Matt Lynch has made his way down on the field with Chris Green, so we'll see if we can get some quick reaction after this game. I'll run through the card. New Zealand scored 3 for 200. Finn Allen, 42 off 16. Kane Williamson, 23. Glenn Phillips, 12. Devon Conway, 92 not out of 58 deliveries. James Neesham, 26 not out of 13. Josh Hazelwood, 2 for 41. Adam Zampa, 1 for 39, the wicket takers. And Australia has been bowled out for 111. Dave Warner bowled Southey for 5. Aaron Finch caught Williamson, bowled Mitch Satner for 13. Mitchell Marsh caught Neesham deep mid-wicket off Tim Southey, 16. Marcus Stoinis caught in an absolute amazing catch by Glenn Phillips at deep cover off Mitch Satner for 7. Tim David caught it long on by Neesham off Satner for 11. Matt Wade caught Conway, bowled Ferguson for 2. Glenn Maxwell bowled by Usadi for 28 off 20. Mitchell Stark bowled Trent Bolt for 4. Adam Zampa bowled by Bolt for a duck. Cummins caught Conway bowled Southey 21. Josh Hazelwood not out one. There were 3 extras from 2 wides and a leg by in the 18th over, bowled out for 111. For New Zealand, Trent Bolt 4 overs, none for 24. Tim Southey 2 overs, 2 for 6. Well, that would be 2.1 overs, 2 for 6. Mitchell Satner 4 overs, 3 for 31. 3 for 31. They've given that last wicket to Lockie Ferguson. Is that Ferguson or I thought it was Southey?
I thought Southey bowled it.
Mitch Satner 3 for 31. Lockie Ferguson 3.1 overs, went for 20 runs, and Ish Sodhi 4 overs, 1 for 29. All out 111, and that means that New Zealand has beaten Australia by 89 runs in the first game of the Super 12 stage of this particular competition. We're about to get some reaction from the Australian camp. In fact, Matt Clinch looks like he's down there with Glenn Maxwell. Clinchy.
Very much, Andrew. Yes, Glenn Maxwell's been good enough to join us. Glenn, not the way in which you would have liked to have started the tournament. What do you try and take out of that opening loss by 89 runs?
Yeah, not exactly ideal. Kiwis came out hard and they played brilliantly. It's hard to stop when they were hitting everything early on the power play. Finn Allen came out and played a brilliant innings to start it, and they grabbed the momentum of the game, and it was really hard to strangle back. I thought we fought hard really well through the middle, but unfortunately they just got too many runs, and we weren't able to get partnerships all the way throughout the innings. We kept losing wickets. It was basically how not to play a T20, and we just got beaten in all assets of the game. They were brilliant tonight.
Maxie, not the ideal start for you boys. You've got Sri Lanka up next. It's a long tournament, but it can go quickly. Where to from here?
Yeah, well, I think we obviously look back to last year. We had a pretty heavy loss against England as well, and probably draw some similarities. We didn't bring our A game, and a really good side pounced on us tonight. And we've got to be able to, I suppose, pick ourselves back up. We've got a long travel to Perth tomorrow to take on Sri Lanka. We know their team really well. We've played against them quite a lot recently, and we're looking forward to that contest and need to get our tournament back on track really quickly, because the tournament can disappear pretty quickly on you. So hopefully we can right some wrongs next game.
Yeah, and we've seen in the qualifiers already the importance potentially of run rate. Tonight's loss puts your run rate in a negative position. Does that come into mind in these coming games?
I think we've still got to get ourselves into winning positions, and we're at no stage tonight where we're in a winning position. New Zealand dominated from the outset, and we were always fighting to try and get the momentum of the game back. And when a team is all over you like that, it's really hard to wrestle back. And when you are chasing a big total, dismissals can look worse than they actually are. But we were trying to obviously win the game from all spots, and you fall a long way short. But we know that there's a long tournament. If we can win our next however many games we've got left, we'll still put ourselves in a good chance to finish in the top 2.
Obviously, a lot has been said about the preparation. You've sort of been here, there, everywhere across Australia. Did you feel fresh and ready to go tonight? Are there any excuses?
No, not at all. I think as soon as we finished that last practice game in Brisbane, there was a sigh of relief around the whole group, knowing that now we've finally got our World Cup to start. And the guys were really excited tonight, and obviously disappointed with the result, but we'll pick ourselves up and go again on Tuesday.
And when you're watching someone of Finn Allen go about their work, what do you make of his sort of arrival into World Cup cricket?
I know Finn really well. I was in the Royal Challengers Bangalore squad with him, so we trained together. I know him really well. I know how skillful and powerful he is, and it doesn't surprise me when he plays innings like that. And but to do it against high-quality bowling is another thing, and he certainly did that. He took the wind out of our sails at the start, and they threw the first punch, and it was hard to come back from that.
Maxie, I have to ask, there's a lot of talk particularly on our text line about the switch hit. I'm a big fan of it. Pulling it out, particularly targeting that short boundary. Was that something that was premeditated, or was it just the better option against Sodhi?
Oh, I just felt with the shorter boundary, the way the wind was, they were setting their deep fielders on the long boundary quite deep as well. So the wind was swirling, and I thought I'd give myself the best chance to the shorter boundary. And I think even if they had to put an extra fielder out, I still would have probably taken that side. It's a shot I play really well against spin bowling, and probably really dirty on myself to actually get out to it tonight, because I felt like I was seeing the ball really well. And but yeah, I felt like that was a good way to try and target a leg spinner who was, I suppose, trying to cramp me up.
So what do you do in between now and Sri Lanka to try and find form?
I don't think our form's an issue. I think our initial impact on the game needs to be a little bit sharper. I think once they threw those first few punches, to be able to claw the momentum back a little bit quicker, I think we dropped Finn, I think, in the third over, and they were able to capitalise on that. If we can take every chance, we're going to go a long way to winning this World Cup. And we talked about those chances last year whenever we took them, whether it be a run out, a good spell of bowling, a couple overs here and there. It made a massive difference, and we just need to make every post a winner from now on. But yeah, some things to work on.
Thanks as always for your time. See you against Sri Lanka.
Cheers.
Glenn Maxwell joining us from the Australian camp, and I think we can head straight into the New Zealand camp. Mitchell Santner. Well, Chris Green was very happy to try and have a chat to Mitchell Santner. He's been good enough to come and join us on ABC Sport. It felt like almost the perfect start to a World Cup for you guys. How do you assess on what was a pretty good night for you?
Yeah, there's been obviously worse nights. Yeah, I think the way Finn set the tone for us, we want to fire some shots early, and he did that, and we obviously took the momentum from there into the bowling innings as well.
There's been a lot talked about in terms of New Zealand's record in Australia, having not won in any format since 2011. How good is it? How satisfying is it to finally put that to bed?
So you're saying we were due, eh?
I'm saying you were due. I was saying we were looking for an
definitely were
tonight.
due. Yeah, it's obviously a tough place to win, and we've found that over the years. So it was nice to fire some shots early tonight, and obviously take away with a W. But it's obviously a long tournament, and any team in this pool can upset anyone. So we've got to obviously reflect and move on.
Mitchie, humble as always, tasked with bowling a lot of your overs to the short side tonight against the power hitters of Australia, and you came up trumps. Is that something you enjoy doing, the challenge of it? Talk us through a lot of your thoughts out there when the run rate's so high and you know that they're coming at you ball after ball.
I guess you'll probably know that bowling to a short side is not that fun. But yeah, I guess for me it made it pretty simple that, the power hitters in the middle, we're always going to try to target that side to whatever it was, go slow and wide, try to get cuts or bowl the odd full one. So obviously tonight it worked out okay. And I think obviously throughout this tournament we'll have grounds that are different dimensions, and you have to adapt accordingly. So I guess it worked tonight. Hopefully it does in the next few games.
And keep putting Glenn Phillips in the spots where he has to run a long way to take a big catch.
Yeah, I heard Storny say that was 2, and I was like, yep, that's at least 2. Old Superman over there.
Big question from me, and it is an off-field one. I know you're a big golfer. We've obviously seen a big injury now in the Aussie camp. Bairstow's gone down from golf. Are your golf clubs coming out, or are you still going to punch through and take it on?
Yeah, I heard they were freak accidents, so I'm just going to punch on. We go to Melbourne next, so hopefully get out there for a whack. And but yeah, obviously it's good to reflect on the course. So obviously no beers or anything, just waters and golf.
Mitchell Santner's with us on ABC Sport. You turn your attention to Melbourne, you take on Afghanistan. What do you do in between now and then to try and ensure the momentum continues as much as it can?
Yeah, obviously we know Afghanistan are a great team now. They've got obviously quality spinners, and obviously the MCG is different to this, where it's shorter straight and bigger square. So I think their spinners are going to come play a massive role, and so are ours. So obviously your lengths probably change a little bit. You probably bowl into that a bit more and try to hit square. So we also know they're a challenge, and we have a couple of days before then to prepare.
Does it feel like it's a pretty settled 11? Obviously, you had some injuries in the Tri-Series back at home before you came out to Australia. Were you sort of pretty confident you knew what your best 11 was once you got to this tournament?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the depth in our squads is quite good. It's better than it has been in the past. We've got like Adam Milne on the bench that bowls rockets as well, and then obviously Michael Bracewell bowls a bit off spin and has done a very good job for us in the Tri-Series and back home. So we do have options if guys go down, but I think tonight was a pretty complete performance. So hopefully the same team rolls out for the next one.
And for our Australian listeners, they would have seen a bit of Devon Conway, but tell us a bit about, from your perspective, how he was able to play that anchor innings following off from the great start in which Finn Allen was able to provide for you.
Yeah, it obviously worked out perfectly. I guess the way Finn came out took a bit of pressure off Dev early starting, but he fired some shots throughout as well, which was great to see. So, and then obviously Nisham and the guys kind of at the end got us to 200, which we thought was a pretty good wicket. But bit of dew around. Obviously the short side, you never know with the Aussies, they can get 250 pretty easily, and we've seen that before at Eden Park. I actually missed that game, thankfully.
Do you get any downtime now in between now and heading to Melbourne? What do you do? You touched on golf to try and just enjoy a bit of tournament cricket where you're not totally focused on cricket all the time.
Yeah, it'd be nice to play some golf. Obviously a travel day tomorrow, and then maybe a couple of days training before the next game. But obviously I think that all the lads are pretty pumped to go to Melbourne. There's plenty to do there, so no doubt we'll probably see what's around.
And if you can play like you did tonight, the Kiwi fans are going to be following you in numbers. Well done. Congratulations on an opening win.
Thanks, mate.
Mitchell Santner joining us from New Zealand alongside Chris Green down here on the boundary. So, Maury, great to hear the reactions from both the Australian and the New Zealand camp after a dominant win for the Kiwis by 89 runs.
Well, Mitch Santner has had a fair night too. Clinchy 3 for 31 off his 4 overs. And just finalising those bowling figures, Tim Southey actually finished with 2.1 overs, 3 for 6. And Lockie Ferguson, 3 overs, 1 for 20. Trent Bolt, 2 for 24. And Ish Sodhi, 1 for 29. Stewie Clark, they all did their job particularly well.
And they got good variety as well with their bowlers. They just, we got Santner bowling in the power play. We didn't see that with the Australian team. They go 1-1-1 and just rotate their bowlers through. The New Zealanders, well, they took 2 from Southey, or sorry, 2 from Bolt early on, 2 from Southey, just changed it, got the ball to swing early, picked up early wickets and put the Australians under pressure. They've got, as I said, nice variety. Leg break bowler as well in there. Left arm swing, right arm heat in Ferguson. Southey with his variations and swing early on. So a well-rounded bowling unit. The challenge, and I said it at the start of the game, Maury, is can their batting stand up to it when the pressure's on? Now, you've got to say, looking at today's performance, absolutely. So, maybe that's not a question anymore. Can they do it for the whole tournament? Well, who knows? But when they do, they're going to be very, very hard to beat.
So they had Mark Chapman, who we didn't see, as a top or middle order batsman. And then it Santner, Southey, Ferguson, Bolt. So their tail's quite long, and Sodhi, a bit like the Australians. But if you're getting someone at the top like the player of the match tonight, Devon Conway, you get someone like Finn Allen, who not only plays unselfishly, but that was one of the more stunning openings in a T20 international I can remember seeing.
Oh, didn't know where, didn't know how, didn't know a lot about him. We looked at some stats. His strike rate pre this tournament was 93.
Yep.
Came out, he scored 42 off 16 balls. Strike rate getting up near the 300 mark.
So Finn Allen, he's 23 years of age from Auckland. Made his T20 debut at Hamilton last year against Bangladesh. And this all came about. He built a reputation in 2018 at the Under-19 World Cup, where he's New Zealand's leading run scorer. But in 8 previous games, 308 runs at an average of 38.5, which is fine. Strike rate of 93, a higher score of 96 and 350s. And in his only previous game against Australia, he'd scored 35, but off 38 deliveries. Today, he opens up to start a World Cup campaign for New Zealand and smashes 42 off 16 against Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins.
The only thing that's going to be better than his strike rate's his bank balance in the IPL auction next time around, where he gets some sort of ridiculous offer, because an innings of that nature gets seen on a world stage. And you've got to remember, these games are going all around the world, and we know how much the Indian IPL teams like this T20 cricket and this format of the game.
Yeah.
There'll be people taking note. They, when you go back to the IPL auction, they'll all be sitting around the table there with their computers, and they'll just be lifting the paddle up. Keep going, and some obscene amount of money. And good luck to him, mate. Well done.
Incidentally, we're about to get reaction from both captains Aaron Finch and Kane Williamson. Still to come tonight, first ball in just over 20 minutes. England v Afghanistan. Will be heading there in about 6 minutes. For listeners through the BBC 5 Sport Extra, and also around Australia. Now, if you're listening in Perth and WA, you'll hear it on local radio. Sports digital listeners will go to that as well in about 5.5 minutes from now. And the rest will keep going until 10 o'clock local time. New Zealand has thrashed Australia by 89 runs. 3 for 200 they scored, and have bowled Australia out for 111. Let's get the reactions from the host broadcasters' interviews with Aaron Finch firstly, and then the victorious Kane Williamson.
Oh, gee, hats off. Finchy, they played wonderfully well tonight.
Yeah, they certainly did. They got the jump on us early in them first 4 overs with the bat, and we never really recovered from that. I think they were in front of the game the whole way, and when you're chasing a big total, it can come undone like that. But we're just totally outplayed in all 3 facets.
Had you seen much of Finn Allen before? Obviously, there's so much analysis, but he really came out and jumped it right off the bat.
Yeah, he did. We've seen a fair bit of him. We've done our analysis, and he just got off to a flyer. And guys like that are quite unpredictable in the power play are tough to plan against, but they're also what win your big games at times, because you never know what you're going to get. And when they come off, they're unreal. So, we're just slightly off and paid a big price.
Net run rate?
took a hammering, didn't it?
It did, yeah. So in the last tournament, I think South Africa won 4 of 5, and then net run rate hurt them in the end. So there's some big games ahead now, starting with Afghanistan on Tuesday.
Sri Lanka, I think.
Sri Lanka first.
Tuesday in Perth, but yeah, you've got to plan to win the next 4 games and get a bit of luck along the way. But yeah, we've got belief in our group that we can do that, that we've still got the right team and the right players to be able to do that. But yeah, tonight was just a disappointing one.
Thanks, Skip. We'll see you in a couple of nights. That is Aaron Finch for a record win for the Kiwis, and their captain, Kane Williamson, joins us. Kane, you're a very low-key man, but a lot of people will be saying the monkey's off the back. It's been a long time. Congratulations. Just didn't seem to put a foot wrong all night tonight.
Yeah, it was one of those days, an outstanding day. Van Allen at the top set the tone, and another class innings from Devon, and a lot of contributions throughout to get to a very good total on that surface. And yeah, I thought the fielding and the bowling was outstanding. We know how strong this Aussie side is, and they'll keep coming hard, but the boys showed a lot of ticker and took their catches, and yeah, it's a funny old game.
What was the mood in the dugout when young Finn Allen came out there and took Mitchell Starc on from ball 1?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, everybody's got their roles, and you know, we know the quality in the bowling lineup in Australia there, and we wanted to get off to a good start. It was a very good surface, obviously, so it was really nice to be able to do that and take the game deep and sort of go through the gears. So it was a really clinical performance and something to build on for our next ones.
Thanks, Skipper. We'll see you again in a couple of nights.
Cheers. Thank you.